It's on that shorty new year. Shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. It's Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty Camp Leader is a fucking delight. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. Your opinions are valid. You can fly like a bird. With your comments on screen, you will always be heard. It's the best chat on YouTube. You can cuss all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say cunt. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. Let your raw cats be free. So liberating. We stay on topic, although occasionally things get a bit feral. But it's clear to see. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Yeah. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty Camp Leader is a fucking delight.
Hi, hey shorties, hello. It's been a minute. Oh, what's going on with this thing here? Hang on, I haven't got glasses on. I'll change my collar in a minute. Hi, I missed you all last weekend and last night. Giant bag of pigsies. Go Aldi, go you good thing. Gentlemen, ladies, hi. I got a lot done. I've been getting a lot done. Work-life balance. Hi, Simi. Hello to Resta. Oh God, wait, not you. Oh God, wait. Let me change this. What are we doing here? For starters, yes, and then wait. Why is it like that? Good God, but why is it blue like that? Brand color. This. No. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ah. There we go. Hi. Starting off with the professionalism you've all come to know and love. Hi, Laura. Oh, my God. I can't think. Vixie, hello. Buster and Poppy are here. Tim's around. Still got the squeaky chair. Haven't got that done. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. So I think I've said hello to everyone. I think I have. Oh, no, grass is green enough. Hello. I'm sorry I missed you. And then me dropping in the Camp Shorty chatty space stuff earlier. So, hi. I'll tell you what we're doing and then we'll have a little chat and then we'll do what we're going to do. It's the Oh my God. What's his name? Who do we love? What could be more egregious? Alessi. Mr. Alessi, are you going to tell me what you're going to do, and then tell me what you just did? Oh, wow. That's assault. I forgot his name. How is everybody? Laney's here. Thank you, Simi Alessi. What could be more egregious than forgetting Alessi's name? Goodness. I mean, I haven't watched a trial since Donna Adelson. So maybe I'm out of that loop. So thank you. Thank you, Simi. Shall we go here first? Replay crew, hi. If you'd like to watch the live chat replay on your handheld device, your iPhone, your iPad, your Android, or your tablet, we love Androids here. They're all the rage. Easy peasy. All you do is go to the few little dots in the top right-hand corner of the comment tab. If you swipe left, it'll give you the option to watch the live chat replay as well as hyping. Feel free, as well as leaving a comment. Tell me what you think about, I don't know, my professionalism, or perhaps what we're going to talk about tonight, and what we're going to watch. I thought I'd give us a little break from the Port Arthur series. We've still got a few more things to go with that, and but in the meantime, let's not run it into the ground. Let's inject some freshness into what we're covering here. So I've mentioned this channel before, but I'll mention it again. It's called The Imagination. The handle is in the description box, in the show notes down below. An amazing woman called Emma, who has had her channel. She has had to start again more than once on YouTube because of having her channel shut down completely because of the truths she's sharing. Well, she's the conduit for many survivors and some researchers, and then people who have survived sadistic ritual abuse, satanic ritual abuse, trafficking, MK Ultra, mind control slaves. The hyper focus is real for me with this channel. It's called The Official Imagination. No, The Imagination Podcast Official. It's in the show notes. She's an amazing young woman. Her partner, Gray, was part of the GATE program and suffered immensely because of being targeted for his skills and talents in that program. I haven't watched much of his testimony on the channel for no reason other than there's so much there. But what's my point of explaining all this? Well, a couple of times a week. God, I don't know. I'm just making my way through the comprehensive catalog of interviews, playlists. But a couple of times a week, I believe, Emma, her name is, she screens. It's called Movie Night, but it's not movies. She screens old lectures, talks, documentaries, raw testimonial footage of both survivors and advocates. And so and often those movie nights are in conjunction with a guest she's had on the show. So YouTube censorship is rampant, and it goes back to who owns YouTube and propaganda. It's all very much tied into what we've been talking about for the last for quite some time, months. I feel like it feels like months since we came back from my big long hiatus from streaming, the long one, not just the recent one. So Fritz, I'm going to say his name wrong. Fritz Springmeier. Easy. Fritz Springmeier is is an amazing man who I first saw. So once I see one of these interviews, right, these testimonies, if it's part 2 or part 3, as in the second or the third time the guest has come on the channel, I will go back usually and watch part 1. One always comes before 2, etc. And then, so Fritz was a guest, and attached to his being a guest, being interviewed by Emma, he has some talks. He's done a lot of research into the Illuminati, satanic ritual, all the hallmarks and the philosophies behind the Illuminati, and I mean, basically at this point, I'm pretty sure basically at this point, the only thing that we haven't proven definitively is the lizard people, and I'm holding my breath because I reckon that's going to come out soon. Anyway, I jest, sort of. So it's all very real, and if ever you are going to be like, man, that sounds a little crazy in terms of survivors of MK Ultra, and there are so many, and even if it's not just MK Ultra, the mind control tactics utilized by sadists. Oh my God, there's that word, sadists. However you want me to say it, I love you guys. Go and watch, just honestly spin a wheel of the very comprehensive back catalogue of survivor testimonial that this channel, the Imagination, has on her playlist. Pick any, and I mean, there are some of the survivors are more enthusiastic, more animated, more kind of, I don't know, autistic sort of feeling in terms of how emphatic and excitably they deliver their stories. Some are much more methodical, calm, systematic. Some are more hesitant and hazy in their recollections because they're still piecing together. They're still recovering their memories. Hi, life artist. Good to see you. Excellent. Drive safely. So once you start ask Steve about aliens. Oh, it's been the longest time since I've done anything other than just research. But I was just thinking yesterday, hi puppy, or sometime recently, I need to get back into publicly buzzed Feral Fridays. I can't stress enough how heavy the weight I feel to research, process, properly fathom and comprehend the full depth and breadth and gravity of what we're facing in the world at the moment that's come to a head with the Epstein files. And I was going to start our Epstein files series tonight, but I thought maybe best to go with this one first, which ties into the satanic rituals and all the depravity that, like, frankly, there's not much surprising for me in there. It's horrifying. But I just time is of the essence right now, and I'm kind of resigned to the fact that if the release of the Epstein files, this latest batch of documents, of course, Buster wants to go to the toilet. If that doesn't wake people up, then I can't anymore. All I can do is continue to be the light, the divine spark, the healer, the teacher that I am, and continue on my own path. Buster, TED Talk incoming, please, sir, give me a minute. It is incredibly heavy, as like Vixie just said. Is that Vixie? Yes, it is Vixie. God, my eyes, I've got the computer closer so I can see, and my best glasses. Buster, hang on. I thought, if you, I know like Vixie, for example, is likely immersing herself quite deeply in the Epstein files. I've got the links. If you want the curated version, I've been dropping a lot in the Epstein docs folder drawer in Discord. It's a good little resource library. If you've seen it there, it'll stay there. It's horrifying, but it's important, because if we continue to to diminish, to minimize, to deny, and to ignore this very real, eons old, dark, just below the surface way of life for not just the air quotes elite, the billionaires, the politicians, and whether or not those people have been blackmailed and compromised, or whether they've gone willingly, emphatically, enthusiastically, gross. Those top people who obviously they're not like us anyway. I mean, they're elites and they're billionaires because of this Illuminati secret den of sadistic Satanism. That's why they're billionaires. But this goes all the way down to, like, I had this thought yesterday. My current site where I'm working is in a school zone. So there's a primary school. What would you call it? Grade school? Yes. Middle school's the first high. Anyway, the kids that are, the kids, preteens. The ritual abuse, mind control, eating babies, child sacrifice, child sex trafficking isn't just up there. It isn't just in the tunnels. It isn't just on Epstein Island. It's in the house on your street with the kid who looks a bit tired, who puts on a brave face because their souls and their minds have been fractured and shattered to get them to be compliant, terrified, because these sadists feed off that terror, and compliant and quiet. So it's easy enough to go, it's the elites, it's the billionaires, it's the technocrats, it's hi Hope, it's good to see you. I'm gonna have to lean in to see. I can't see a fucking thing. It's not just them. It's not just this global web of sadistic Satanist pedophiles. It's not. It is that, but it's also the tiny little family webs. It might not even be Satanist. It's always sadistic. It might. It's everywhere. So it's so important for us to understand that we have to call this shit out, right? And once you understand how very fucking real it is, and that's why I implore you, and I know it's hard to listen to. I know, it's awful to think about. It's the adult you work with, it's the colleague, who were once children who survived this. It's the missing kids on the fucking milk cartons when we were kids. Come on now. Once you understand the depth, the gravity, and the breadth, and the severity, but also the prevalence, like, this isn't just a random rare thing. It's not everywhere. Like, it's not like every second person and every second family. Obviously, there's a lot of good in the world, but it's not rare. So I do implore, again, my eyes, sorry, I'm squinting. Hi, coded friend. We aren't commanded to curse the darkness. No, we can shine our light. But for us to be able to shine our light and to be a uniting force of energy on Mother Earth, our beautiful planet that they're trying to kill, they are killing. Fuck. We have to acknowledge the darkness. You can't be the good and the change you wish to see in the world if you don't acknowledge the evil in the world and in ourselves. Nobody's perfect. So all that to say, wow, That's not even my longest one. All that to say, we're not. This is related and adjacent, and also relevant to what we've done before. Simi was here. I can't remember who else was here, but when we talked about 9/11 last time, there were quite some YouTube shenanigans. So we are streaming on Kick and on Twitter. So if YouTube shuts this down or is being a dick with comments not going through, either from you guys or from me, it'll only be YouTube that shuts down. So if you're not already on X, or if you're not already on Kick, the StreamYard side of things will continue. So if we get cancelled, shut down, or being annoying and you want more freedom to chat, go to either of those platforms. And if the YouTube screen goes black, I'll still be here. No, it'll be, I'll play a song or something to wait till everyone gets in. All right. So thank you, Simi, for dropping. Yes, for dropping the Kick. That's me. If you don't have Kick, it's easy peasy. It's just another streaming platform. It's a lot of fun, copyright free, pretty much, and basically the same as YouTube without all of the guardrails and the censorship. So, so what we're doing today, and I appreciate the influx of good into the chat. Thank you. We're not celebrating satanic ritual or partaking in or in the Illuminati. And fun fact, in all of this recent times of my 6 or whatever months of my awakening, my noticing, I've had a couple of people DM me on Twitter and invite me to join the Illuminati. Serious invitations. I'm like, no thanks, block. It's prevalent, and so this is not a celebration. This is an understanding. And what though? So we've talked about 9/11 and the involvement, the very clear Israeli involvement in 9/11, the very clear awareness by the American government of that event prior, and of who was doing it, who was going to do that. This is interrelated. This is not an alternative theory. This is just a supporting theory. Now, coded friend, if you do you have Revelations? Is it 12:9? I can't remember the numbers. You know, the one that talks about the synagogue of Satan. So Israel claims to be the Jewish state, and God in the Bible says, and I'm paraphrasing, y'all aren't good. You come from the synagogue of Satan. So if we then understand that these long-term, millennia-old bloodlines that Luciferians, sadists who invert everything that is good, they say is evil. Everything that is evil, they proclaim to be good. If you understand the interweavingness, that's not a word, the enmeshedness of those sort of parallel, ye old, forever and ever, amen ideologies, you will understand Revelations 2:9 and 3:9. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. I knew. I couldn't remember. I knew it was not. I'm very new to the Bible, but I know those ones. I was given it. We're getting to it, I promise, but I haven't talked to you for a while. I was given advice by a very good friend of mine, Frank Zell. Y'all, shorties, right? Remember the Zell brothers with our John Benet Ramsey series. Amazing series. We are still very much good friends, and he is a man of God. And so I was asking him, I'm struggling with the Old Testament and all of the lists and specifications for how best to make curtains and things. And he suggested I do the New Testament first, come back to the Old Testament. I don't like doing things out of order, but That's what I'm going to do. I need another brain, another couple of sets of ears, and maybe I can get through everything I'm trying to learn. So, so Fritz Springmeier, who is the chap whose talk from, I believe it's 2013, a lecture. I believe it's a university lecture. He is Jewish, and so there's less, but he doesn't deny. There's less discussion, but not an ignoring of the Israeli Mossad involvement in this. He's focusing on 9/11 and the very it's comprehensive. So this is part one. There's two of his lectures on this subject, on the Illuminati philosophies and hallmark ritualistic symbolism that can be found. It's mind-boggling around surrounding all of the official narrative of 9/11. So we're watching. This is part one. We'll do part two next weekend. I'll probably put something in between that's not Port Arthur and that's not Epstein and it's not this on Friday night. That's a bit more lighthearted because there's a lot of heaviness in the world. Right. And it's not even half an hour of my intro. Let's do it. How am I supposed to say years? Years? How? Here we go. If you don't know the old, I'm getting there with the Old Testament, but my brain was struggling a lot in bus stop coming. I can't. Anyway. That's a good idea. We could do that one. Yes. That's Ms. What the fuck and I were planning to do that, but break a string, Lainey. See you. Talk to you later. That's a good idea. Ms. What the fuck and I were going to do it, but then we both got very much burnt out, so we had to leave it. Good idea. Leave it with me, or maybe a health is wealth or something. Anyway, here's Buster. I'm coming. Put the video on, and then I'll let you out for a weasel, Mr. Bussy. So thank you all for being here. I love you all very much. Poppy is panting with her love. Oh, and I'm going to do also I can't remember how heavy this is. I don't think it's heavy. It's just like a university lecture. Love. What am I trying to do here? Buster. But I do plan to intersperse this with a couple of songs. The video is almost 2 hours, an hour, just done. 1 hour, God, my brain, an hour 44.
Illuminati.
Pause. And we'll put some fun. I've got some fun things to show you. We'll play some music. We're going to make sure we don't get too bogged down in the heavy. Okay. Now I'm going to get rid of. I won't worry about where I am on the screen right now. Let's do this. It's not going to be shorty ping pong. Let's put closed captions. Wow, it's like it's always like a brand new day for me, isn't it? I'm like, how do I do this? Getting close to 2 years on, and I'm still a little confused. So here we go. This is 2013, I believe. So it's the role of the Illuminati's occult. Where is it? No, not that. Yeah, I'm such a professional. I love you all so much. And of course, YouTube has put some nice propaganda like they did with our last 9/11 show. Like guardrails, all the guardrails to say, no, there's no such just all conspiracy theory. Okay. 2013. Correct. Okay, let's do this. And I'll press play.
The mother of all secret societies for over 25 years.
Wait.
I wrote a series of
Here we go.
Good to be here. I'm excited to give this presentation. I have some exciting information and good to see each one of you. And because this is going to be put up on YouTube, I'm going to introduce myself for everybody because some people may come to this on YouTube and not know who I am. My name's Fritz Springmeier, and I'm an author. I have been researching, investigating the Illuminati, the mother of all secret societies, for over 25 years. I wrote a series of books on the Illuminati, 7-book series. And I worked for a number of years trying to help insiders, people that were members of the Illuminati, get out of that organization. And that was exciting, to say the least. That was really an effort where I went where angels would fear to tread. And anyway, I survived it all to be here today. And I've told people before that whenever I give these talks, it's like the strangest things happen. I came up Highway 99, 4 lanes, right? And there's a barrier in between. And there was a guy going the wrong way. Now, how's that happen? I had to go around him. So anyway, there was a number of things like that happened today, and it was just like, wow, this is kind of par for the course whenever I'm going to give a talk. Okay, this is the topic, the role of the Illuminati, occult philosophy in 9/11. When I was asked to give this talk, I thought to myself, now what can I do that's fresh? This information is not necessarily new, but hopefully my approach to it will be fresh and give you a fresh approach. Who are the Illuminati? I'm going to read from a book that I haven't published yet. It's my newest book. And I write, so what is the Illuminati? They are a worldwide secret society whose membership is almost exclusively drawn from elite, powerful bloodlines, except for some special non-bloodline occultists who are attached to the fringes. They were the governing body of the mystery religions in ancient times and have since the days of the pharaohs considered themselves illuminated to divinity. Our present world system was created by them and is controlled behind the scenes by them. So for those of you that aren't familiar, that is a fairly accurate definition. Now, some of you have probably heard of the Bavarian Illuminati. The Illuminati itself, these bloodlines, created a branch of themselves, just like this library is a branch of Multnomah County Library System. They created a branch, the Bavarian Illuminati. And we learned about the Bavarian Illuminati from one of the most intelligent men, most respected men in Europe of the time. They were created, the Bavarian Illuminati was created in 1776. And there was a high-ranking Freemason who was one of the top scientists in the world at the time, James.
Pause. Forgot to mention in my little, very long spiel, also I'm a bit glitchy on this side. I don't know if it's the hot weather or the time of the day. Hopefully I'm smooth on your end. If I freeze up, it seems to just be the camera screen. Freemasons, you know, the founding it's all connected. The founding fathers, like George Washington, was a Freemason. So this is all very relevant. So when people say, "Nah," like look at your dollar bill, you've got the Illuminati symbolism there. So it's all connected. They're all secret societies with the same sadistic religion. They assume it. So while Satanism and Luciferianism feels a little, I don't know, sci-fi or fictional, it's not. But that's it, Vix. They're all in the club. We just ain't in it. I wouldn't want to be in it for anything. So, but all of the people, like anybody who makes it big in music or the movies, have signed away, have sold their soul to Satan. They think you can't, because you own you, and if even if you're not a believer, your soul only belongs to God, depending on what you believe. But you actually, the first thing that if we are to believe and understand that God or whatever is real, that also, if the proof is in the fucking Epstein files that Satan and the devil is real, and if you understand that the first lie, the devil lies, it's all about lies and trickery. So if they tell you that you can have all of the wealth and the fame and the fortune in the world if only you sign away your soul to the devil, that's a lie. So, but it is all connected. Every one of those big name people is only made it because they signed themselves away, and they are betrothed to these secret societies and the powers that be, the elites.
Robeson, he watched the Illuminati come into the Masonic lodges and illuminize them. So he wrote an expose of it because he didn't want to be illuminized.
Luciferian.
Divinity. He wrote an expose, proofs of conspiracy. And one of the little tidbits that he gives in this book was he tells us, because he was well informed and well connected, he informs us of what the ritual was for the level of regent in the Bavarian Illuminati. It's just a little tidbit that he throws out there that is kind of meaningless until you fast.
Pause. Not everybody here is Christian or a believer, and that's okay. We respect everybody's beliefs here. That's a Christian belief, and different religions have different beliefs. Belief systems are very personal and very full stop. They're very personal, like my belief is that if you're a good person who lives with a strong, decent moral compass, who does right by others, do unto others as you would have others do unto you, then it doesn't really matter what you believe. And I guess it's my opinion that I don't think that God, the Christian God, would turn people away for being non-believers. I know that's some people's belief, and I respect that. But I think if we are to, for the sake of the argument, going to assume that God is good, yes, I don't think God would judge harshly someone for not finding Jesus if they lived their lives the way that God and Jesus, or whoever you believe in, would deem to be good, if that makes sense. So it's a judgment-free zone, and that works both ways.
Forward, and there were a group of college students, and you can just picture them thinking to themselves, how college students how boys are always saying, well, let's go do this, let's go do this. So they decided to sneak into the tomb, which is the building, the headquarters at Yale University for the Order of the Skull and Bones. And when they snuck into the tomb, they went into one of the rooms, and up on the wall were some words written in German, and they managed to copy that down and tell people what they had seen. It didn't mean anything to them. Those words were the ritual words for the regent level of the Illuminati, of the Bavarian Illuminati. Therefore, we have confirmed proof that indeed the rumors that people have been saying for a long time that the Order of the Skull and Bones is a branch of the Bavarian Illuminati, we know that as a fact. And then we also have some pretty good historical facts about who was behind Adam Weishaupt, which was a pseudonym, when he created the Bavarian Illuminati. So if you trace the people behind him, that financed and mentored him, those go back to the original Illuminati. So it all connects. So Yale has five senior fraternities.
I mean, I'm not going to address every comment, but so scripture. I know there are people who believe that God wrote the Bible. There are others who believe that humans wrote the Bible. I respect all those beliefs. I'm probably not going to address all of your very relevant comments, coded friend, because it's that's not the point of this. So I'm gonna ask if we could focus, and it is kind of distracting to me. I have my own set of beliefs. You have your own set of beliefs. Everyone in this room, watching now or later, have their own set of beliefs, and as I said, very personal. And beliefs and opinions are not right or wrong. They're just personal. Okay, thank you.
The Order of the Skull and Bones is just one of them. Now, the Order of the Skull and Bones has gotten all of the focus, and people have pretty well ignored the fact that there's four others. There's the Order of Scroll and Key, there's the Order of Book and Snake, Wolf's Head, which has a military focus, and Brazilius. So those senior societies are different than what other colleges have, because generally, you know, when you're going to college, you join a fraternity, like let's say when you're a sophomore or a junior. But these are senior societies that are preparing people for when they launch into the world. And they have occult rituals, and they're very secret, but they're not the only fraternities that the Illuminati has as chapters. Actually, what's also gone unnoticed under the radar is that a lot of colleges have created branches. Wesley.
Just one more. Yes, like I said, surely there's room for everybody's beliefs. Surely. Like the end.
Has the Skull and Serpent and the Mystical Seven. Princeton has the Ivy Club and the Cottage Club. Penn State has the Skull and Bones. Columbia has Axe and Coffin, Order of the Axe and Coffin. Dartmouth has the Dragon Society, the Cobra Society, Phoenix Society, Fire and Skull Society. Harvard has the Pig Club and the Fly Club. Oxford has the group. So there's more fraternities. There's more branches of the Illuminati than just the Order of the Skull and Bones. But the Order of Skull and Bones is very interesting because, like I say, we can track, we have been tracking them, looking at who their members.
So he's laying the foundation. I'm sure you've all seen and heard that George Bush Jr., the more recent one, is that George W? I don't know. The 9/11 George Bush. He's Skull and Bones. He went to Yale. He's a member of Skull and Bones. So he's laying the foundation here. So this sort of educational part is important. I know it's not yet 9/11, but he's definitely laying the foundation to properly give you the framework onto which he builds the rest of the lecture.
Are, what positions of power their membership have. And it's very interesting to see that these members of the Order of Skull and Bones have incredible power. And when they start their careers, they will be like a nobody, and you're looking at them and you're like, this person doesn't have any experience, and they're given this position of power. And then the next thing you know, they bounce from this field over to this field, where you would think the person that's giving that position of power should have all kinds of experience. You know, I mean, they may be put into Department of Defense. Well, who should run the Department of Defense? Somebody who has all kinds of military experience, right? But they'll just throw somebody in there that's Order of Skull and Bones that, you know, doesn't have any, doesn't seem to have the qualifications at all. I'm sure they're giving them help, though, behind the scenes. So step by step, over many years, I have put the pieces together on these things, investigated different societies like One Insider, who ended up losing his life after he gave me information. He told me about the Pilgrim Society. That's another Illuminati organization. And so eventually I was able to construct a nice little pyramid diagram of it all. And this diagram
Isn't he great?
became.
He's so cute. He says, I didn't make a PowerPoint presentation. He's just got these Raggedy Ann and Andy papers and stuff for the whole of the room. I'm not sure how many people are in the room, but oh, I love it so much. I love him.
Rather famous. It's like in 1,000 places on the internet. Except the only thing about it is everybody dropped Fritz Springmeier, copyright 1995. So you don't know where it came from, but it's gotten out there. So that's great. So I know how these things connect. I know the memberships to some degree. I know the bloodlines. I know these families. And so we're going to look into this. Now, the thing of it is we've had a lot of people investigate how did this happen? How did 9/11 happen, right? But today we're going to focus on the beliefs of the perpetrators, you know? And for those of you that believe that the government is God and whatever they say is the gospel truth, you know, what I'm going to say right now to you is that even if the government is God and what they say is gospel truth, think this thing through here that I'm going to present to you. Science, scientists, scientific method depends on what? A theory, right? So don't denegate a theory. If you want to lump everything I'm saying into the category of theory, don't trash that, because that's how science works. It comes up with a theory, right? But I'm going to talk to you about these people's beliefs. The Illuminati are Satanists, Luciferians, and Satanists, and what they believe is not theory. It's there if you want to go out and look. You don't have to scratch that hard. If you want to take a fast track, read my books. But if you start investigating the occult, you'll find out that there's plenty out there that will tell you. So we're not dealing, when I tell you about their beliefs, we're not dealing with theories. We're dealing with actual facts. How those facts are applied to the 9/11 situation, I suppose some people may call that a theory, but I think by the end of this presentation, you'll have a different view on things if you're already not in line with where I'm going.
Speaking of symbols of Satanism, Luciferianism, and secret societies, how about that Olympics opening ceremony, huh? Like, fuck. So in our faces. Wild.
By the way, how much time do I have?
As much as you want.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
We're here all night, sir.
Oh, I'm very close to that point. It's not going to take that long. Now, I'm excited to hear this too, because I haven't heard this talk either. This is all I don't know exactly what I'm going to say either.
He's so cute.
But if we read satanic books like Aleister Crowley's books, they give us a very in-depth idea on what they believe, you know. And so we're going to look at some of that.
Oh, Simi, I didn't watch it either, but let me. But I've seen all the clips because I spend my life on Twitter these days. I'll find it so I can show you all, because it's very relevant. Very. I did the thumbnail for this. Love it, by the way. Just hats off to myself for that thumbnail. For this live stream before the opening ceremony, and I was like, oh, okay, right. Let me pull that up, and we can watch it in a sec.
And you don't have to take my opinion. I could care less about what my opinion is. It's what these people believe. That's what we're looking at today, is what do these people that are Illuminati believe? And how would that maybe relate to this whole crime of 9/11, right? I mean, when we're talking about a crime, what's one of the interesting things about it? What's the motive, right? Now, of course, we know that part of the motive is just simply greed, right? I mean, some of these people that I'm talking about here, Rice, she happened to been one of the directors of Chevron. Chevron was very interested in Iraq's oil, and then the others that were connected to Halliburton and everything. We'll get into that. So definitely a motive of greed, but why did it happen the way it happened? Exactly the way it happened.
Pause. Am I muted? No, that's amazing. First time for everything. Simi, you're funny. I'm funny. That's funny. Life Artist says, I didn't watch it, but the last one was pretty sus. They've all been sus. Holy shit. Holy shit. 2012. 2012 was outrageous. It was all about COVID. Okay, now here we go. Wait. So this, can make sure you can see what I'm doing here. Yes, you can. This here, the caption says, pause. Wait, pause. The caption says, 2026 Olympics opening ceremony was officially themed around harmony, in which it displayed Saturn worship, flaming pentagrams, prison planets, pedo swirls, 666 and swastikas. They tell you who they worship. Nothing to see here. Let's maximize this. Pull it back. I presume it'll have all the highlights. Minimize. Here we go. Here we go. That's some of the imagery. Okay, so we've got Star of Red Fan. Good. What's this one? No music. I'll give you my running commentary. Okay, people in boxes. Okay. Oh, okay. That's very symbolic of children trafficking. Come on, Buster, you can do it. Oh, gosh. Oh, okay. Oh, creepy. Okay, the swirls. If you know anything about the symbolism of the swirl, it's horrific. My Pizzagate, also Pizzagate is real. My Pizzagate research folder is very comprehensive. Let me just see how long this is. Oh, we're almost there. It's the swirls, really. Everybody, the whole world knows what swirls mean these days. Am I going to put it in the Olympics opening ceremony? Yes, we are, apparently. Oh, fallen angels? I'm not sure. Oh, the rings, the Olympic rings. Also, why is Russia banned from Olympics? What's Russia done? Zero. Nothing. Meanwhile, Israel got booed. That's a shame. Okay, I'll see whether we can find anything else, and then we'll get back to the lecture. There's some Illuminati symbolism. You like that? That one eye covering? That's pretty cool. Not? Oy vey. Let me see. Oh, look at this. The 2026 opening Olympic ceremony, winter ceremony, was a satanic ritual for Baal. Right. Well, we won't watch that, but anyway, you get the idea. So we'll go back to the lecture. Wild.
I think when you see what I'm going to present, you're going to go, oh, this is giving more of the motive behind the way it laid out, the way it played out. Okay?
It's great.
So there was a grandmaster. He died before I started formally investigating the Illuminati, but his daughter, who was one of the people I was helping out of the Illuminati, he told her that the whole world's a stage for the Illuminati, right? So I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. This should all have been put on a PowerPoint presentation. So you're getting it on sheets of paper instead of PowerPoint. But what is ritual magic? I'm taking this definition straight from them themselves. Like I say, I mean, this isn't my opinion. This is how these people think. So ritual magic, the definition, the art of changing consciousness at will. Okay, a change of consciousness. Interesting. That's what magic is. What's the purpose of a ritual? It's a vital part of the Illuminati life. It's used to control the participants' thinking and alter life. Okay. What's the elements of a ritual? Well, you use symbols, numbers, geometric patterns, and words. It would employ some form of worship, depending on which god you're worshiping that day, whether it's Lucifer or Satan or some god or goddess. It's going to employ some ode, some worship there. And then there's going to be a sacrifice, like a burnt offering or sacrifice lives. And they often use hypnotic trances, and it's done at a sacred site on special days. Okay? Ceremonies are carefully orchestrated with precision. So I wrote an entire book on ritual sites, Illuminati ritual sites, so I have an idea of what kind of ritual sites they like. So what kind of ritual sites, or what kind of places are picked as ritual sites? Well, in general, they pick a sacred spot. This picture here is in New Hampshire, and it's an ancient Druidic site that that is used by the occult, used by these people. So this is Mystery Hill here in New Hampshire. But if we go outdoors, we can put a pentagram on the ground like this, and associated with the pentagram is a goat. Okay, that's very important in this whole thing, that you see that the goat and the pentagram go together. And then if we would go indoors, and this is a picture, I know you can't see it very well, but we'll get to other pictures so you'll get the idea. This is a Masonic lodge, and in front of the Masonic lodge are twin towers.
Pause for a minute. Imagine the people in the lecture going, man, I can't see it. Thank goodness we can see it because the camera zoomed in. Very good. Very good. I love him so much. I wonder if he is autistic, and this was supposed to be a PowerPoint, because it kind of looks PowerPointy, right? And he just didn't get around to it. ADHD. Oh, bless. There's one thing, and when we get to it, the people that are most outraged by the suggestion that that no planes flew into the Twin Towers, and Fritz states this outright. I'm yet to find how we the global community reconcile that assertion with witness testimonies. I mean, we in true crime understand that witness testimonies are unreliable at best, but I can't imagine thousands and thousands of people in New York City misremembering planes, but also planes have like I'm still getting there. I do know that holograms, what can be done for the public now in terms of holograms, like what we see in terms of holograms, it was 20 years ago. Like, the technologies existed forever. They don't bring the technology out for us. They don't roll it out when it becomes available. We get it when it's old hat, right? So that's the only thing I can imagine. But, if a plane on the runway at low speed, just taxiing on the runway, runs into a pole or something, the pole kind of goes into the wing. If a bird strike happens mid-flight, a flock of birds or even one bird, it fucks the whole thing up. And the tip of a jet plane is like, basically it's like a crumple zone. So we don't have to, it's not a zero sum equation. but I do think what he was talking about in terms of magic just before, and trance-like states. And if you think about all of the poor souls walking away covered in dust on that day, and like zombies, because how horrifying. And if we think about this being an Illuminati or ritualistic sort of a Baal worship thing, I'm getting all the terminology wrong, but you know what I'm talking about, that's encased in magic, dark magic, then perhaps it was a spell. I don't know. That's the one part of the whole. Like I'm still getting my head around it. So don't come at me for this. I'm well aware that that's probably the one, like spanner in the works. Because I understand how planes, as much as I can, I understand how planes behave in terms of coming in contact with things. I understand how reinforced buildings behave. I understand how controlled demolitions behave. I understand so much about all of it. I just can't wrap my head around how we get around all the witness testimony. But, and I don't want to go there really, but also, like not all of them could have been sort of encouraged to pay off to tell a particular story. All I'm saying is I don't know. We're still learning. Yikes.
Right? What are those twin towers? They have the name Joachim and Boaz. So this, when you look at this Masonic lodge here, this floor here that has the pseudo windows, the windows actually aren't windows. They just put them there to make it look like a window. Although I actually have seen like one.
Vixie, that's what I used to think, but it's not really. I think I do believe in it's either in this one or the next one we'll watch next time. He does go into it a little bit. It's far more complex than oil. I mean, the Twin Towers were a white elephant. The reason why, what's his name? He'll say it. Silverstein, I think, was able to buy it for a bargain basement, like 14 million. Was because it was, and we've talked about this previously. I think there are a lot of beneficiaries, Vix. The buildings were riddled with asbestos, right, and actually condemned, and that's why this guy bought it for what he bought it for. Anyway, so many things. It helped initiate the war on terror, which was, these are all the Freemasons with their fingers in the pie. It's connected to Israel because they wanted that war. They wanted Saddam Hussein gone. It's very nuanced, very complex. There are many beneficiaries and people with their own motives that, as a combined synergistic, which generally means a positive thing, but you know what I mean, when all of these people, that at the heart of it all is this evil, this darkness, he makes a very good case for it for being a sacrifice, a ritual sacrifice. So
1 out of 100 Masonic lodges actually has real windows, but generally they're just fake windows. And this looks like it's the first floor, but it isn't. There's actually a basement, because properly speaking, this lodge or this temple here has 3 floors. The second floor is called the Temple of Solomon, and that's this right here. This is the Temple of Solomon, and in front of the Temple of Solomon are twin towers. Okay, that's a standard. That's replicated zillions of times in this world. Okay, so Christopher Friedrich Nicolai, and I give his when he lived, 1733 to 1811. He was a member of the Bavarian Illuminati, what we've been talking about. He was a Freemason, and an intellectual.
I love him so much. I hope he at least printed these out for everyone in the audience so they could read along. You know, I don't know how many of you have been to college or university or even in high school, but you'd have the notes so you could read along, right? I bet you he didn't. I love him so much.
He was the handler / mentor of Adam Weishaupt. And what did he say? He described the sign of Baphomet, which is the goat, and the holy pentagon as the most powerful symbol of all ceremonial rites.
Stick a pin in the goat part of it. Stick a pin in the goat and the Pentagon. Also, no plane flew into the Pentagon. It was a missile. Just saying. I've seen the video. Have you seen the video?
Well, is that the case for Satanism? Do they really consider it that important? Well, here, the Satanic Rituals by Anton LaVey. What does he use in his book on satanic rituals? He uses the pentagram, which, if you understand, the pentagon encompasses a pentagram, and inside that is the goat. Okay? And again, here we see it being done in real life. We have the priest, the satanic priest, dressed as a goat, the goat of Mendes, in the pentagram there. Okay? Now, I'm probably insulting your intelligence telling you all this, because really, this is probably common knowledge everywhere, because here on The Simpsons, we have them hail Satan inside a pentagram doing Hail Satan in the Simpson cartoon. So it's...
Pause. I was going to mention this, and I forgot that he mentioned it, but just FYI, the creator of The Simpsons is in the Epstein files. So all of those freaky predictions were not freaky predictions. They were inside knowledge. There's been a lot of funny stuff going around on the Twitters of all the conspiracy theorists who are like, what the fuck do we do now? Like, it's all fucking true. All true. It's all true. The only thing left, and I'll say it again, is the lizard people. And at this point, are we even surprised? I still think lizard people's maybe a metaphor, but I have got shapeshifter stories, personal accounts, when I worked in a very dark place. I've spoken about it before, called Gotham City. Lovely establishment, very dark place, a lightning rod to hell. So I don't know, man. It's all very confronting. I can't imagine how the people who haven't had inklings about all of this for years, how they're coping. I think that's why people are just going, nah. Willful ignorance, too much, which is why I've stopped bothering with waking everybody up. I just think it's either too far. It's either they all have to wake up, we force them through it, and then we deal with their catatonic state later because humanity depends on it. Like, I'm not joking. Or we just let them, whatever. What can you do? You can't make people see what's right in front of them now. It's right in front of them now. It's right in front of us now. There's no denying it. And if you're denying it, that's on you.
It's not like it's a secret. And then here we have the pentagram. And this is some satanic art here, which is associated with destruction of these buildings. And then here's a Masonic parade. These are Masons on parade, and they're dressed like a satanic goat here. They've got this really evil-looking, almost Halloweenish costume here, and then they got this goat here, and then this guy, and it looks almost like he's wearing a Shriner fez or something. Just a little bit closer of this guy riding the goat.
Well, I just can't get over the fact that they can't see any of these.
Here are a couple Masonic postcards. Are you a Mason riding the goat? Here's the Mason riding the goat. And then, are you a Mason? The Grand Lodge in session. The Grand Lodge in session, and every other person is a goat sitting at the table. Okay? So now let's go to the other one. That was outside. We could put the pentagram on the ground and have the goat doing the ritual in the middle. Inside, we had Solomon's Temple with the Twin Towers, right? So, and I've seen this replicated or pictures of this so many places because in studying Freemasonry, you know, I got a friend of mine who knew I was researching all of this. He gave me a stack of old Masonic magazines that go back to World War I era, you know, and on the front of them are all these pictures of Masonic temples where you see the same thing that what I'm showing you here. So, you know, this is, I could show you 100 pictures, the same as what I'm doing right now. This is, if you're a occultist, this is like, duh, you know, but for the rest of us, we don't live this every day. So that's why I'm showing you, you know. Here's the J and the B, Joachim and Boaz, the twin towers. And then here's the altar, the Masonic altar. This is the Temple of Solomon right there. And then, and then this is a series of Masonic initiation rituals portrayed. And here, these are the initiations as you go up. The twin towers with the building behind. And then this is another Masonic piece of art. This is a...
Like the poor cameraman is like, dude, where's your PowerPoint? He's doing his best. I know, at least it's a bit of lightness in this heavy darkness. Bless. I just can't get over the fact that they can't see any of this. Oh.
Storm. We've got the Masonic altar and the twin towers there. So what we've just covered is three major symbols of Satanic ritual: the pentagram or pentagon, the twin towers, and the goat. Okay? So let's look at the pentagon. Does it have anything connecting it to the occult? Very interestingly, and I know that there's out there on the internet, and I'm sure plenty of people that will stand up and deny that the Pentagon has anything to do with the occult.
Pause, Laura, don't apologize. It is a lot to take in. If you want to watch this again, it's linked in the description box down below, and we'll definitely, his second lecture, I think it was at a different location. I'm not sure. I can't remember. You know me, I just listen. So I'm not even sure if he's right. I don't know. But the second one, he doesn't go over this as much, but he does. There is some overlap in the second one we'll watch in the next episode of this ilk. Don't feel like you have to comment. Watch, take it all in. And if anybody wants me to go back to a part, let me know. I'm happy to go back.
But consider these interesting facts. It was built on Hell's Bottom. That's the name of the place where they built it was Hell's Bottom.
So
wow.
He's talking about the Pentagon was built on Hell's Bottom. Let's look at this. Wait, why is it doing that? There we go. Built on Hell's Bottom. Built to fit in with the Masonic architect L'Enfant original design of Washington, D.C. Intentionally built with lots of five sides, 5 acres in an inner court and 5 floors, etc. And the numerical, like numerology, symbolism of 555 is hectic. 5 being the satanic number of death. Intentionally built using the ancient megalithic yard, 2.722 feet, used in Stonehenge and other ancient Druid henges. Final choice of location and designed by Illuminati bloodline Freemason Franklin D. Roosevelt. Also helping were his uncle Frederick Delano and General Brennan Somerville. The terrible font, sir. 2013 called. The Masonic 32nd degree is an aspiring knight soldier who is represented by a pentagon. Location and size of the Pentagon forms numerous occult patterns with Washington, D.C. Star formed by Pentagon points to the White House. Symbolism is very important in all of this. Think back to Charlie Kirk being killed at the head in the center, killed if he's dead, killed in the center of a menorah, which you know what that is.
Yeah.
Very symbolic. Another
it was
ritualistic
a slum that
killing.
they had to clear out. The people that were building it said that they were building it to fit in with the Masonic architect L'Enfant's original design in Washington, D.C. I was like, what?
Pause. I won't pause again, Rob. Jenny, hi. He's just outlined, Fritz Springmeier, has spent a bit of time outlining the foundation, the framework of the Illuminati, Freemasons, and the Masonic lodges, and symbolism of Twin Towers and King Solomon, of pentagrams, Pentagon, and the goat. And so if we're about 24 minutes into his video with me doing lots of pausing and a very long intro. So hi, good to see you.
If you understand how Washington, D.C. was designed by this Freemason, it absolutely blows you away. I don't think anybody, at one point I was like, you know, if I have the time, I'm going to catalog. There's like 80, 90 different occult symbols built into the street plans and the architecture. I mean, the beltway that goes around is 666 miles around, you know. The Washington Monument and obelisk, you know, which if you know what an obelisk is from ancient Egypt, I won't tell you the anatomical part that belongs to. But you look at it from the top, and it's a point within a circle, which is a very important Masonic and occult symbol. So, you know, they're trying to build this to match the original architecture of, whoa, that's like putting a billboard saying, this is a cult, you know.
Right.
It was intentionally built with lots of fives, 5 sides, 5 acres.
Pause. I can't remember who it is. I do a lot of listening to a lot of people testifying to a lot of things, not in court of law, you know, testimonials. Anyway, it was a woman talking about their time in DC. Oh, I think it might be my friend Heidi. And she's like, yeah, DC's bad. It's got this very dark, bad vibe, like chilling vibe. And it kind of makes sense when he's talking about all of Washington, DC's occult symbolism, right? Freemasonry, Illuminati, like skin crawling stuff. So
in an inner court, 5 floors. And you might say, well, what's 5? So what? 5? 5 is the satanic number of death, right? That's very important in Satanism. 5 means death. And so they chose 5. There's a lot of other symbology, occult symbology here. Wait till I get to all of this. But you might, and then some people say, well, it was just an accident that it happened that way. No, the original instructions to the man who was building it were very clear. They were written to him, this will not exceed 4 floors. So what did he do? He built 5 floors, even though the instructions said only 4. So he just went around his instructions, and the person that signed off on all of this, that approved it all, was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who's the Delano family is an ancient Illuminati family, and he was a high-ranking 33rd degree Freemason. So he knew what all the symbology meant. In fact, it was FDR who...
In fact, it was also FDR who was complicit in the warmongering and lies to the American people and the world, along with Winston Churchill and George Stalin in World War II. Bad, leading the free world, the good guys, don't even start me. Holy shit, bad news.
chose the exact location of the Pentagon. Most of the people wanted to put it somewhere else, and he insisted that it be put exactly where it was put. And where the exact location of where it's put is really strange, because remember I was saying that there's all these occult numerologies and all this other stuff? The exact location of where it is fits in with all kinds of occult things. Too many to go into in this talk. It was intentionally built using the ancient megalithic yard, which is 2.722 feet, which was used in Stonehenge. The ancient Druids had a unit of measure, and there's a lot of other henges in the United Kingdom besides Stonehenge, and they're all built with using that measurement. And that's the measurement that they used in the different links connected to the Pentagon. So it's like they were trying to set up a Druidic ritual site almost. And then I've got final choice of location designed by Illuminati bloodline Freemason FDR. Also helping him was his uncle Frederick Delano, and General Brehon Somerville. Now, the Masonic 32nd degree, what is its symbol? Is a pentagon. And what is that representing? It's representing a knight, a soldier who's aspiring. So someone who is a Freemason would look at the pentagon and see that it symbolizes an aspiring soldier, because if you had gotten to the 32nd degree anyway. The location and size of the pentagon forms numerous occult patterns with Washington, D.C. The star formed by the pentagon is pointing directly at the White House. So there's too many things to say, oh, this was just a coincidence. It is like, this is beyond coincidence that so many things get built into it, things that wouldn't normally happen. I mean, how many of you have built your house using ancient megalithic yard, you know?
Good point.
They broke ground to start construction on September 11th.
It was 60 years before the plane supposedly hit it. 60 years exactly on 9/11 was when they started building the Pentagon.
Well, how
There's
about
a lot of little
that?
things like that I don't have worked into my talk, because they're just like, it's like 2 years ago I gave a talk on the occult numerology behind 9/11. Is like I realized, whoa, I had like several hours of
I have a feeling that I've watched that one, and if I have, pretty sure it's in the playlist on the Imagination podcast channel. My video, yes. I don't know what it is, but the numerology, I think maybe I listened. I think, oh my God, I'm so tired all the time. I'm pretty sure that I listened to some of that one. It's insane. We'll do that in this series too. I think I'll just find it. Hi, good to see you. I don't know how to say it. I'm going to call you Datey. Datey, thanks for joining.
material, you know, and that talk is up there on YouTube, I believe still. So I'm not even going to go into a lot of the occult numerology behind 9/11. I'm just talking about the ritual aspects. So there's a lot more behind all of this than I'm even going to get into. And some of you already know a lot of this. You probably know who was controlling the airspace above the Pentagon that day, right? There was a command and control communications aircraft that the Air Force uses that is able to control fighters taking off and radar and the whole 9 yards. And what was its call sign? Its call sign was Venus 77. Well, if you're into the occult, Venus is just another name for Lucifer. So we got Lucifer 77 controlling the airspace above.
What?
And Venus, what is special about the Venus? Well, Venus conjuncts, if you're into astrology, it conjuncts with the zodiac to form a pentagram. So there we have the pentagram again. And okay, and then the Air Force control plane was an E-4B Boeing 747-200 connected to the whole radar network protecting the Capitol, and could have warned people in the Pentagon of danger, and could have scrambled warplanes which stay on 24-hour alert to stop Flight 77. But they didn't.
77 is a 5, because 7 plus 7 is 14, and 1 and 4 is a 5.
Yeah, that makes another 5. There's a lot of 5s in this. The Pentagon lies on the 77th meridian.
Shelley, hi, good to see you. I hope you had a lovely evening. Thank you for coming on in. We're just getting now into the really symbolic aspects of my brain. It's this the Freemason, the Satanic symbolism, the Baal symbolism, the bad shit. We love this guy. His name's Fritz Springmeier. This is a lecture he did in 2013. We're about half an hour into his lecture. It's linked down below for everybody. And if you wanted to, he did definitely lay all the foundation of the Illuminati and Freemasons and all sorts of things in at the beginning of his talk. So yay, keeping on going. It's starting to get into some pretty staggering, mind-blowing revelations that are all far too coincidental to be coincidental, if you know what I mean.
And the 77 number in the occult for Freemasonry also has another significance. And this goes back to somebody in ancient times. It's associated with the revenge of Lamech. And I'll read you the scripture behind it. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. Lamech was a descendant of the first murderer Cain. Apparently he didn't like the idea that his forefather got chastised by God.
Oh,
and so he's
Holly, I
like,
didn't see
well,
you.
If God...
Hi, Holly. Good to see you. I'm sorry I missed. My old eyes can't see the green at all. Good to see you. Hope you're going okay. Thanks for stopping by.
God punished him 7 times. I'm going to punish 70 times. I'm going to do 70 and sevenfold, 77 times. In other words, I'm going to be badder than God, right? So he named his son Tubal-Cain, and he in turn was the forefather of Hiram-Abiff. I'm not saying that this actually is the case, but I'm telling you Masonic lore is that Hiram-Abiff's ancestor was Lamech. And who was Hiram-Abiff? He was the person in Masonic lore that designed the Temple of Solomon. See, all this connects.
So pause just for the catch up. So that's important because we're talking about 9/11 and the Twin Towers, the Temple of Solomon. Just making sure I'm not muted. Phew. The Twin Towers in the Masonic Lodge always has two twin towers either side, and sitting behind it is the Temple of Solomon. So this is all theorized. But I think he's providing some pretty good supporting evidence that this theory rings true, right?
Let's look at 3 Illuminati Satanists here. And we got Dick Cheney here, and Junior here, and
Dick Cheney was George W's... Is he George W? Anyway, that one, Junior, his handler. In one of the testimonials that I've heard, who was it? Someone on the channel, the Imagination podcast channel. I've listened to so many who, like Junior Bush Jr. Was a mind control slave, having to participate in sadistic, satanic rituals, even at the age of 4. The hunting parties, and those things are all real. I've now, honestly, if you don't believe the emails on the Epstein files, if you're familiar and you don't believe them, go to the. You know what? I'm going to pause for a second because it's really important. It's such, and these are people who've spoken to. Hang on, I'm just pulling it up. No, wait, not that. I can't stress enough. I'm gonna pause for a second. I can't stress enough how much of a valuable resource this channel is. If you are in any way skeptical and or feel like you would like more information to better understand all of this, and it's all connected, the stuff that's coming out in the Epstein files, the stuff that's going on in the Olympic ceremony, MK Ultra, the things I'm referencing, mind control slaves, the fact that these people in positions of power, whether that be power in the entertainment industry, in the music industry, in politics, in tech, and the people who were just mercenary slaves as children and as adults, the school shooters, it's all connected. But this channel, you honestly, you won't, it's these survivors are just the most incredible people. I'm actually making, like, I've got some question marks. I don't think I'm an MK Ultra mind control slave, but I do have some big question marks over my enormous gaps in my childhood memory, my recollections, and there's a playlist on this channel. So she groups them into playlists. There's Kathy O'Brien. All of her stuff's coming true. If you've heard of, she whistle blew 30 years ago. But there's a woman called Rachel Vaughan, an Adelaide woman. And if you've heard of the family murders, the Beaumont children disappearance, it's all connected. It's all the missing children, almost all the missing children, like holy fucking shit. But I've made some connections for myself, trying to put together some snippets of my life and frankly, my evil father, cold, callous at best, evil at worst, with some of the things she's referenced. So these are all the playlists. This woman, Emma, she's on Twitter, Emma Catherine. She's amazing. She's giving these survivors a voice, and it's such an invaluable resource. So get on in there, and if you'd like to either clarify things or learn more, that's a really great place to start. I see Ruthie and Nat. Hello. Yeah, Nat, 100%. What I was just it's linked in the description box. Her I'll do it again now. Actually, this actually I've been watching this channel, the content, the library, for about a month now, maybe a little bit longer. I've just started binging it. The hyper focus is real. And this is really helpful to make it less. It's not less horrific. I'll drop it in the chat now. That's the playlist, but you got it. It humanized these amazing survivors, humanize it, and they're telling their stories, and the synchronicities, the similarities, the replication of stories of these people who've never met each other, men, women, Australian, New Zealand, English, American, who don't know each other. It makes you understand this is very real. There's women in their 60s, 70s, talking about their recovered memories at various stages in their life and how they've managed to heal from that, where they are in their stages of healing. And it is all connected. Like stuff that's coming out in the Epstein files is all of this. It's all connected. I can't stress enough. So it is very heavy. Nat, give yourself a break where needed. Don't watch Netflix, man. Like, oh God, it's just enough. Please understand that mainstream media, movies, television, streaming, all of it is conditioning and programming and subliminal, and every one of the survivors who talk about how they've managed to have perspective and extricate themselves from the programming, so to deprogram themselves, all of them, none of them watch anything. So I don't know. It's there. Those things are addictive. We've been programmed to feel like. I mean, Elaine has said, it's just entertainment. Don't worry about it." No, man, it's really not. It's really not. So I'm going to scoot back a little bit. If you this video we're watching is linked in the description box below. Worthwhile going. We're about half an hour into his talk, although I've been going for 84 years. Oh, wait, you can't see that. I didn't press share this tab instead. Hang on. I was like, yeah, great. We're doing it. We're going back to the thing. But while I saw Holly has a question. I'm so confused how this 9/11 went from terrorism to satanic stuff. Well, we have done a video on this, and it was absolutely an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. The government knew. It certainly wasn't jihadists. It was Israeli soldiers if any planes actually hit those buildings. No plane hit the Pentagon. But I have gone into that already, but I'll give you the too long don't read, is that this so it was a false flag, which means that the official narrative was not what actually happened and why it happened. This is a ritual. It's theorized. The hypothesis here is that by Fritz, and I'm in, is that it was a satanic ritual to, and I guess he'll talk about why, but blood libel, and there are many beneficiaries of such an event. The Freemasons and the Luciferians who worship Baal get all sorts of things out of ritual sacrifice en masse. The people who own the person, Larry Silverstein, who owned the building, made billions with a B, billions out of insurance. Israel managed to have a war on terror against people that weren't the terrorists, because it was the Israelis, not the Muslims. And there was beneficiaries in terms of oil fields. It's very complex, but it's absolutely not that. What is it? 16 Muslim jihadists hijack planes with box cutters. The dollars even of afterwards, all the security stuff, even the sales of water and food at the airport. Win. It's despicable to imagine. So before this, everyone took their own water, if they even bothered with water back in those days. After that, no, you have to buy it or you can't take anything. The layers, the levels of psychopathic, zero empathy. Poppy, what are you doing? Poppy, stop doing that. Sorry, she's scratching on the bath mat. It's just insane. It's unfathomable when you're a good, kind-hearted, empathetic person who would never do this shit. But if we understand psychopathy, and if we're learning about Freemasonry and the Illuminati and satanic rituals, then put that all together and they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They benefited. The very conglomerate, no one motive, many people with different coming at it from different angles, but we're looking on tonight at the satanic ritual angle and the symbolism. Very strong evidence, in my opinion.
Let's look at 3 Illuminati Satanists.
Finally, I'm on the right channel screen.
And we got Dick Cheney here and Junior here.
Oh, one more thing.
Rumsfeld.
Sorry, we already watched this video anyway. So commercials are evil. Television was basically invented as a mind control tool, right? And an advertising vehicle, a vehicle to sell advertisements. But it's not just the commercials that are bad on your screens. It's all of it. It's all of it. It's a conditioning tool. It's a mind control tool. It's a programming tool. It's a trigger. It's subliminal messaging. So yeah, for everybody too. You're welcome. So yeah, I do feel like the television and movies are there to dumb us down, to gain manufactured consent, to tell us what they're going to do before they do it, so that they have plausible deniability, because the law of karma says that you have to tell what you're going to do so karma doesn't come back to you. So they're telling us in advance. And music's the same. We've talked about all of this, the frequency of music. It's all about mind control, whether it's mind control micro level, which isn't television, or mind control macro level, COVID messaging, so repetition, trance-like states, symbolism and signage everywhere. Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing I can sleep at night. It's amazing any of us can sleep at night. I think a lot of people's sleep is disrupted at the moment. But I can't stress enough how much as your exalted supreme leader, I implore you not to watch TV or movies anymore. You'll be fine. Like, you get audiobooks, and I don't think you should listen to commercial music either. I'm sorry, I'm going hardline on it. I care about you all too much. And if we collectively want to be able to have the mental clarity and ability to discern and think freely, those things can't be in our lives. And I do think that because I haven't watched or done those things for a decade, it helps me understand this stuff because I'm not in that macro mind control arena ever. So, anyway, let's go.
They're all three Illuminati Satanists.
My creaky chair.
And I will talk some about them in a minute. This I thought was pretty good. And the larger picture looks like this. It's the same three Illuminati Satanists. And then we got three more Illuminati Satanists here: Rice and Rumsfeld and Cheney.
Damn it, I was muted. I'll wait till everybody tells me. So, pausing. Thumbs up, a smirk, and a serious look from Condoleezza Rice. This was like the day after, I believe he says it in a minute. They're just all playing. Like, remember we spoke, he mentioned previously that at the start of his talk that to the Illuminati, to the Freemasons, to the Illuminati, which is all interconnected, the world is a stage. They're just playing with us. If you think back to Psychology Corner and how not so much narcissists, but psychopaths. And so remember, all psychopaths are narcissists, but not all narcissists are psychopaths. And in my opinion, the differentiation between the two is that narcissists know not what they do. They do it and they genuinely believe their hype. They believe, they're like, but I didn't lie. I didn't. Whereas psychopaths absolutely know what they're doing and it's all intentional. So the people running the world are fucking psychopaths. They're treating us, we the people, like pawns, expendable, meat, cattle, pawns in their big show, their kosher clown show, their puppet shit, right? And they love the fact that they have a secret, same as psychopaths. Psychopaths delight in knowing that they're fooling you, whereas narcissists legit believe that they're a good person. Wow. Well, they want to believe it. They just they have so much shame. They just want to be a good person and they think they're doing good things, whereas psychopaths know full well they're evil and these people are evil.
Rice is looking serious here. This is right after 9/11. They're discussing Iraq. Rice looks serious. He's got a smirk going, and he's sticking his tongue out. Okay. And I'm just going to read so I don't miss anything. I wrote down notes on these people. Guess I'll hold this up while I talk about them. Dick Cheney, an Illuminati Satanist, a really purely evil man. He played a lead role in the Bush administration's 9/11 response and war on terror. Recognized as the most powerful vice president in U.S. history, a part-time handler for George Bush Jr., who, by the way, there's trauma-based mind control. I wrote a series of books on the Illuminati's mind control, and George Bush is a multiple personality who's programmed with that mind control, and one of his handlers was Cheney. The Cheney family is related to 7 U.S. presidents, and Dick Cheney is related to President Truman and President Obama by the common ancestor Maureen Duvall. When he attended Yale, he flunked out twice. Brigham Young University gave him an honorary doctorate. He is very heavily guarded all the time. He's been a director of the Council of Foreign Relations, the CEO, chairman, and chairman of the board of Halliburton, and vice president and board of advisors of the Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs. He's very involved with trauma-based mind control, and he works a lot with the Saudi royal family. Donald Rumsfeld here was the Secretary of Defense. He is an Illuminati member and participates in many of their organizations, including the Bilderbergers, Bohemian Grove, Rand Chairman, Bechtel Corporation, Board of Trustees of the Hoover Institute. He was the U.S. ambassador to NATO.
Hi,
he led
Britt.
the campaign to legalize aspartame. How
Oh,
many knew
wait.
that? I mean, these people are in all kinds.
Aspartame is what's in diet drinks, Pepsi, Diet Coke, etc. It's so bad. Oh my God, I'm turning into the biggest hippie. I'm side-eyeing everything. I'm like, I'm not putting that in my body. I'm not putting that near my body. And also, if you haven't read this one, I'm just going to say it straight out. Please don't ever eat any fucking fast food chain restaurant. I use that term loosely. Food ever again. They legit. This is not up for debate. This is not crazy wackadoo shit. McDonald's and other fast chain restaurants use human meat. I've had this conversation with you all before. There aren't enough cows in the world to provide 6 million burgers to McDonald's alone a day worldwide. They use human meat. So no more. And boycott for political reasons. Don't if we don't feel like we can do anything. Oh my God, I'm going off so many tangents. We can. Boycotting works. Palantir, I don't know if you know about Palantir, but Palantir has lost $40 billion in stock. They're the ones that are already watching over all of us. They're the ones who your government and my government sell all our unredacted data to. So boycotting works. BlackRock, I can't. So many things. Just please live a life of austere nothingness. No, there's plenty of joy out there. It's just not the shit we've been conditioned and programmed to think we want and need. We don't. It's all slop. Please don't. Okay, back.
Of stuff. All of these people are involved with the pharmaceuticals. It's like, what? Eli Lilly and all these other, you think they're just involved in politics. They also are running the pharmaceuticals. What? Say what?
Well, don't eat human
all
meat,
three of
Vixie.
these men. In fact,
Pause. I made a funny, because I've known about this for a while, the human meat thing, but people didn't want to believe it. But now it's in black and white, like it's admissions, right? Like I gave up. I actually did give up McDonald's and all of it. And trust me, there's times when I'm like, I could go a fucking Big Mac, but even the seed oil, anyway. And I'm like, for political reasons, for health reasons, and because I'm not a cannibal. Like, fuck. Holy shit. Sorry about the squeaky chair. I've done other things. I've got something to show you. Actually, while I'm paused here now, because I'm being funny, I'm going to show you this. Proud of myself. So speaking of squeaky chairs, which I haven't as yet, fixed. Sorry about that. My house, I've told you before, is a bit of a dive, but I am very grateful for having a roof over my head. And it's a cheap build. Sorry, I'm greasy. Oh, I'm disappearing. Cheap build, hot and stuffy, terrible designed by a man, and all the cheapest fittings and fixtures, right? And obviously the toilet seat had been in place for a very long time, 40, 50 years, same, gross. It was a cheap, flimsy, plastic piece of shit. And anyway, it's like something's got to give eventually. I'm not a featherweight, and it had cracked on one side all the way, and I was pinching my bum, like my leg, when I sat down. So I taped it up with packing tape because, you know, MacGyver. And then it happened on the other side as well. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm not sitting on this ugly, painful, uncomfortable thing anymore. So I purchased the one big brand I can't get rid of is Amazon out of my life. I will try, but off Amazon, I went on and had a look, and I thought I'm gonna get myself a nice matching timber toilet seat to go with my decor. And it wasn't very expensive, $47. And I steeled myself yesterday to touch the toilet seat and stuff. It was clean, but after 40, 50 years, anyway, and I installed it. Here, let me show you. Doesn't that look so pretty? So that's, I mean, as pretty as a hovel can be, but it's very comfortable. It's lovely. Matches my toilet brush, which, by the way, poo molecules. We don't be putting the toilet brush on poo molecules. Unnecessary. Just put some Domestos down there first. Gel bleach. And yay! And I was like, yay! And every day I sit down, I'm like, I feel cut because it's not thin plastic. It's high like that. So I feel all perched up. And it's comfortable. And it's lovely. And it matches. I'm like, oh my God. Did you wear gloves? Yeah, man. And I tried not to cry. Anyway, and wait, there's one more. How do I do this? I don't know how to. Fuck, I'm so retarded. Let me see. And then it's not a very good. You can't properly see it, but that there's one of my up the top. Can we zoom in? Can I do that? I guess I can. That's I should have taken a better photo. My macrame light shade that I designed myself when I was in my macrame hyperfocus stage when I made so many things. Macrame. Okay, macrame. Fuck. And lovely. And don't mind my dirty fan. I will clean it, I promise. I cleaned it when I moved in 2 years ago, but time and dust. Nina! Your toilet tank. Is your toilet tank attached to the wall? Yes, wait, let me go back. Yes, it is. It's an old school, man. The cheapest of the cheap. It's called the cistern, that part. Sorry about my squeaky thing. Yep, that. Wait, story time. Thanks, man. I see Nina's here. Hi, Nina. When I first, we'll go back to the video in a minute. But when I first moved in, this place was like, I've moved a lot in my life, and I've moved into many dirty places, right? But this place, why does it do that? This place was the most vile you've ever seen. It was disgusting, and you couldn't. There was not a surface you could touch, not a light switch. Like I had to this kitchen bench where I sit here. I had to clear like I'm pretty fine with germs, right? But there was nothing. So I had to bleach down a spot on the kitchen bench so I could put my handbag when I first moved in. And the toilet, everything was the ceilings, everything was disgusting. And here I'll zoom in a bit. And so the floors were vile. It was just horrendous. So when I cleaned off the toilet and the light switch in the toilet and the top there, right? When I first got here, so that I could not feel like I was going to cry and vomit every time I went in there. And can you see, basically in just where that line of the tile is behind toward, anyway, that, I don't know if you can see my cursor. I cleaned up to there and I left the rest because I didn't have the headspace to get in there and my hands and knees and after a day, I was like looking down and I was like, wow. I'm like, that wouldn't be a little piece of poo on the floor, would it? Well, who in their right mind misses the toilet? And so it couldn't be poo. It was like this about like inside my finger. So about, I don't know. It was on the floor. I was like, it wouldn't be poo. Well, why? If you pooed on the floor, first of all, how? And if you pooed on the floor, wouldn't you go, oh shit, I pooed on the floor, let me pick that up? And then if you were going to poo on the floor and not pick it up, wouldn't you pick it up before you moved out? No, and no. It's so gross. Needless to say, the place was putrid when I moved in, and I cried. I literally cried and vomited. See you later, Laura. Thank you so much. I cried and vomited with triple gloves and boiling water, trying to get this baked on poo off the floor behind my toilet when I first moved in. And the moral of the story is probably best idea is to, if you poo on the floor, just clean it up. No. Let's get back to it. Thank you for being here.
In fact, all four of them, all of these people knew ahead of time that 9/11 was going to happen. And Rumsfeld, right after it happened that afternoon, right like that. I mean, picture this. I mean, imagine, I'm sure all of you remember what was going on with you the day of 9/11, right? I do. It was like JFK's assassination is a trauma memory. I remember exactly what happened that whole day. What was Rumsfeld doing? He turned right around after attack and started ordering his staff to find evidence that Iraq was behind 9/11. Now, what is wrong with that picture?
One more thing on the poo. I don't know if it was explosive poo. I think it was poorly aimed poo, because it was just like a slug, a poo slug shape. It wasn't a spray. What the fuck, man? Anyway, no more talk of poo.
Because if this had been a real attack that a real foreign enemy had done to the United States, what would you be doing as Secretary of Defense? You wouldn't know who it was, and you would be trying to find out who the real criminal organization was, right? Could be some renegade Japanese organization. But you wouldn't turn right around and say, okay, let's go after Iraq. You see what I mean? You would feel it was your duty to find the real criminal. Not, well, he was telling his staff, let's find evidence to go to war against Iraq. What's that show you? That's just another smoking gun, that this guy was part of it, right? And then we got a memo on November 27th where he's asking his aides in the memo, how can we start a war with Iraq? He's still on this, let's start a war with Iraq thing. But boy, they started within minutes of 9/11 going after Iraq. Okay, Condoleezza Rice, I want to say Kundalina, was National Security Advisor when 9/11 happened. She's been the director for Chevron, Carnegie Corporation, important roles in the Rand Corporation, Hoover Institute. She's also in the Council of Foreign Relations and Illuminati. Let's look at 5 again. We're going back to the Pentagon.
Did you catch that? Condoleezza Rice. She's also in the Council for, what did he say? Foreign Affairs, Illuminati.
Kundalina was National Security Advisor when 9/11 happened. She's been the director for Chevron, Carnegie Corporation, important roles in the Rand Corporation, Hoover Institute. She's also in the Council of Foreign Relations and Illuminati. Let's look at 5 again. We're going back to the Pentagon. 5 means death. 555, right? 666 is the highest of man, right? 666, 666 is the highest of man. 555, the highest of death, right? So who's the head of the military? You've got 5-pointed star. You've got 5 of them arranged in a pentagon. 555, right? Right, 5-star general. He's the head of death in this country. So knowing that 555 is the ultimate of death, how many people do you think would be killed at the Pentagon? You're right, 555. 125 people were killed at the Pentagon, which is 5 to the 3rd power. 5 times 5 times 5. Isn't that amazing? And as you know, a lot of you, because you're researchers or you've been listening to researchers, you know, anybody who's a sincere researcher in 9/11 realizes there was no plane that hit the Pentagon, right? This Flight 77 didn't hit it. Likewise, we didn't have planes hit the Twin Towers. So the point I'm making is these numbers that they made up for the flights, they made...
Pause. So if you missed it earlier, I did preface that statement of his, very definitive statement with, I'm not quite sure how we get our heads around that assertion. Because I don't believe any of the other official narrative of the 9/11 attacks. And I know what I know about planes and buildings. I just don't know how, unless it's a hologram thing. And I know that's the main point of outrage that people have if ever anyone suggests that any or all of the official narrative of the Twin Towers attacks isn't completely true. And I get it. I get it. So I don't know if I don't know. Like, I don't know. So I'm going to see whether I can find, while he's keeping talking, I'm going to see whether I can find the video footage that I've seen on Twitter where you can very clearly see not a turd rocket, but a missile coming into the Pentagon. It's not a plane. There was no refuse either. There was no fuselage. And also, the jet engine that they found in at the base of 9/11 at the Twin, in the rubble, in the ruins on the street the day after, was the wrong kind of jet engine for the two planes that allegedly hit the Twin Towers. Different aircraft, completely different. So
They chose these numbers themselves. So why did they choose 7/7? We're going to get into that. Why did they have 125 people die? They chose these numbers. Okay, they're ritual numbers. Okay, let's switch over to the other ritual, or as maybe you haven't already accepted that it was a ritual, the possible ritual that was taking place up in New York City with Flight 11 and Flight 175 hitting the Twin Towers of Yoam and Boaz. And what was the building behind the Twin Towers? Building 7 was known as Solomon's building. You see there? We had our Temple of Solomon with the Twin Towers. Solomon Brothers were located in Building 7. And what was Building 7? It was more than just a building. It was the headquarters. It was where they had, Giuliano, we're going to talk about him, the mayor of New York City had placed the emergency response headquarters in that building. So it was the headquarters. It was literally, this whole thing is set up like a ritual with Building 7. And what was the...
Pause. I found that video. Let me see. Pause. Oh, there's another one too. Hang on. Let me go. Expand it. Make sure you can see what I'm doing here. Yes, you can. Okay. Oh, God. No music. Okay, keep watching. It's a missile. See that? We'll watch it again. Comes in fast. Here we go. Coming. Okay, so we're all on the same page with that one then? Yes, one more time. And there. So, debunked.
Building 7. Anybody aware of how it was designed? It was in the shape of a trapezoid. How many people have built a building in the shape of a trapezoid? That's a very bizarre shape. And the leaders of the Church of Satan are called the Order of the Trapezoid. Interesting. So they built a trapezoid. We're going to get into the person who built that, Silverstein. We're going to get into him in a minute. But here we have a trapezoidal building called Solomon's building with the Twin Towers in front. This is not ordinary stuff, people.
So remember, he laid the foundation at the start of his talk about the Twin Towers either side of, out the front of Masonic lodges, Church of Satan, and then the Temple of Solomon behind it. Building 7, trapezoid, Temple of Solomon, Twin Towers. It's mounting up, right?
Let's see, where shall I go on this? Okay, I'm going to quote some here. Yeah, I'm going to quote some from Crowley. Aleister Crowley, probably a lot of you already are familiar with who he is. He's looked up to by Satanists. In fact, there's more to this story. She's shaking her head, yes. There's more to this. Now, I can't confirm this. I'm just gonna pass this on to you as what people have alleged. But Barbara Bush, George Jr.'s mom, is said to be, and she looks a lot like Aleister Crowley. She's said to be his daughter. Anyway, Aleister Crowley.
Also, if you've heard the stories that apparently Barbara Bush kept, was it a fetus of her unborn child in a jar in her office? Am I getting that right? All the little signposts over the years where you're like, no, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. All of a sudden it's like, holy shit, that's crazy.
Is looked up to by Satanists. He wrote all of these books talking about rituals and how to do this and how to do this. Moonchild, you know. I know that his material is used because like one of the rituals that's done in the trauma-based mind control for the Illuminati is the Moonchild ceremonies where they demonize the fetus, which he writes about. He's got a book, Moonchild. So his stuff is actually used by Satanists. And Crowley says that number 11 is the number of magic. It is good for any kind of magical operation. So that would be the perfect number to name a flight, a notional flight, nominal, that's going to hit one of the Twin Towers. Liber 175, which is one of his books, is the number.
Barbara Bush. No. Yes. No. I think it's is Barbara, wait, is that Bush Senior's wife? Yes. So Junior's mother, that is his wife named Barbara Bush? Whoever the mother is of Junior, the president at the time. Yes, she admitted it in an interview, very matter-of-factly. It's out there.
Of a ritual to invoke any deity by adoration. So it would be the perfect number for invoking whatever deity you wanted. So both of those numbers are powerful satanic numbers.
We go back. So he just said 11 is considered the most magical number. And you know, we all go 1111, make a wish, right?
Liber 175, which is one of his books, is the number of a ritual to invoke any deity by adoration. So it would be the perfect number for invoking whatever deity you wanted. So both of those numbers are powerful satanic numbers. They just happen to be the numbers that they named those pretend flights that never hit the Twin Towers. Well, what's 77? Now, this is very important because remember what had to be inside the pentagram. Remember what I've been stressing? Is the goat, right? The goat is inside the pentagram, right? What does 77 represent? 77, if you go to Crowley's information, he'll tell you it represents a couple things. One is it represents a mature level of magic, but it also represents the goat of Mendes. It represents the goat of the Sabbath on an altar. Wow. So by using the number 77 in the Venus 77 or Venus Lucifer 77, we're talking about a goat. By having flight 77 hit there, we're referring to the goat in the pentagram, right? The goat goes.
Remember I said stick a pin in the goat? Not pin the tail on a donkey, but remember the goat, because the goat thing, it gets fucking worse.
Goes into the pentagram. Wow, I mean that's the perfect ritual, right? That's what they say. You have to have that. You want that goat in the pentagram. That's exactly what they did. If I was a Satanist, I would be going like, whoa, they're telling me this is an inside job. I mean, this would be like somebody saying, I believe in John 3:16. You know, well, what would you assume from that? That he's a Christian, right? Somebody's saying, you know, we're sticking the goat in the pentagram. What you going to assume? He's a Satanist. This has got all the earmarks of being a satanic ritual. But, you know, I'm not saying that 100%. I'm letting you draw your own conclusions. The New York Times, right after this happened, on their headline, which was I don't know, maybe this is just me, but their caption was, for the 9/11 story, was a creeping whore. And I thought, that sounds like Halloween. You know, a creeping whore?
Oh my God, I was walking around Aldi and I thought he meant whore as in WHORE, like a whore. But it was horror, the American accent. I was like, what? A creeping whore? What are we talking about? Poppy. Ow, Poppy.
What a strange, I don't know, maybe that's just me, but it just sounded like, this is like something out of Halloween, titling the story to 9/11, a creeping whore? I don't know. It's not the title I would have come up with. 77 also represents power. And what's the Pentagon? The Pentagon represents power. Now let's go back to what I was talking about earlier. So we were talking about ritual sites, and I was getting ready to go back to what we originally...
You know what? Given that there was just that little interlude, he obviously took a break. I was confused by that at the time. Shall we do a song break? Just because we're about halfway through the presentation. And I know I've paused a lot, but however, sorry about my no backdrop. I deleted the 9/11 backdrop off my thing of the thing out of the StreamYard because there's a finite number of spaces available. And I was like, yeah, I guess I'm just going with the black one. Let's do something. This feels relevant. Let's do this one. Be right back, chat. I love you. Couple of minutes of song and we'll be right back.
Lies, 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 done with your lies, standing up to you. Enough's enough, we're done here. You know none of it's true.
Big loud voice with conviction, got receipts to show you don't want to see, not listening. Okay, well that's on you. All y'all want homogeneous, not doing it, that's boring. Watch me sparkle, watch me shine, but then take endlessly.
Lies, 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 done with your lies, standing up to you. Enough's enough, we're done here now. You know none of it's true.
Hush now, it's happening, it's taking back the power. Oof, y'all done with the lies, not your finest hour. There was a time when we were shaking, conditioned to be silent. That time has passed, vindicated, now you hear us scream.
You know none of it's true. Not here to please anyone. What is it that you're wanting? Cardboard cut out, oh hell no. Revolving door, let's sing. Lies, 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 done with your lies, standing up to you. Enough's enough, we're done here now. You know none of it's true. Sit down, shut up, relax now, get the fuck out.
Don't like what is being said.
That's fine, just walk away. Lies, 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 done with your lies, standing up to you. Enough's enough, we're done here now. You know none of it's true.
Don't let the door hit walking out. If real talk it offends you, bye bye girl, we had a blast.
Lies, 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 done with your lies, standing up to you. Enough's enough, we're done here now.
pause. Shelley. Shelley's doing some background research. Fritz robbed a bank? Huh. Is this is it the same Fritz? Fritz is a survivor of MK Ultra mind control, traumatic mind control. So I would see. I know he went to prison, I think for 9 years. He's got his own playlist on. Wait, I keep doing the wrong thing. Hang on, let me get this. And he did tell. Right, wait, not on the right screen. Wait, gotta do this. Fuck, it's also so confusing every time. Playlists. Fritz, so here's his playlist. So this the second one from the top is him talking with Emma, the creator, the channel. Emma's the host. And I do believe, and this one also, let me check. Yes. So pause. So if you're interested to know more than just his his lecturing, go and check it out. I'll drop. I get so confused. I don't know what it is. My brain is overloaded at the moment. It's in the description box, but her channel. But I cannot recommend. Oh no, just home. I cannot recommend enough. Wow, what am I doing with my life? This channel enough. It's fascinating, it's terrifying, and it's kind of reassuring because these survivors talk about their stories, and that'll get you there. And they humanize it, and it's less. I mean, it's horror story shit, but they're such inspiring people, like. Amazing, all aspects, all walks of life, all things from there's a like it's just I can't recommend it enough. So give her a subscribe at least, and if you're looking for something to watch and you want to flesh out, no pun intended, your understanding of this whole thing, this is the place.
Originally talked about. We talked about, in general, they pick sacred spots. Now,
pause.
Is the Pentagon a sacred?
So a couple of things with the bank robbing thing. It could well be that he absolutely robbed a bank. It could well be that he was acting out because he was severe trauma. Could be that he robbed that bank as one of his altars. And was instructed to do so. Could be that he didn't rob any bank and it was a smear campaign as punishment for speaking out on his experience of being a mind control slave. So I don't think he elaborated in the interview with Emma. He mentioned about being in prison for some years, maybe it was months. Details. Important details, but there's so many like the lies they tell about people. Michael Jackson, Kanye, like even fucking Diddy is a mind control slave. They all are. It doesn't mean they're not responsible for their actions because he knew Sean Combs knows that he was part of this secret society and chose to behave the way he does. You have to take accountability, even as victims of this horrific trauma from childhood, from sometimes in utero.
spot in several ways. One is we already saw that they kind of set it up as a Druidic location using these ancient Druid yard. But also, if we think in terms of the American people, the Pentagon was a very sacred symbol for us. And it was the symbol of the military, right? Whenever they would come out with newspaper articles about what the military wants to say, they would say, the Pentagon says this. It was a symbol of America's power. And what was the symbol of our economic power? The Twin Towers, right? So they were both symbols. They were both sacred to the American people. So they had a sacredness beyond just occult sacredness. They had meaning to the world at large. And then, of course, we have seen the patterns there replicated not only within their satanic ceremonies, but replicated in the events of 9/11. So we had these two flights here, but we also had a flight coming across like this, Flight 83. And so as we've discussed, probably all of these flights were just what actually happened was not at all what we were told. Flight 93 just disappeared into the ground. It hit the ground, and then they said that there was a hole there, and it just disappeared without leaving a trace.
So we just watched that footage before, right? We watched that footage of no plane. That's only recently come to light, that footage. I don't know how. I've seen it from another angle as well, from the opposite angle.
That was in Pennsylvania, in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, which is kind of an interesting play on words too, because the
pretend I said nothing. Different flight, because that was the one that they said. Yeah, the one that didn't hit anything, just went into a field with no fuselage,
leaving a trace. That ground. It hit the ground, and then they said that there was a hole there, and it just disappeared without leaving a trace. That was in Pennsylvania, at Shanksville, Pennsylvania, which is kind of an interesting play on words too, because you probably thought about this, the hijackers were using Shanks, so the plane goes down in Shanksville. But anyway, what does 93 mean in terms of Satanism? Well, that is very interesting because it is a code word for do what thou wilt, which is a satanic proverb. But when Satanists when they go to write a letter, a message, like Aleister Crowley, what he would do is he would write 93 at the top of the message, and at the end of the message, he'd write 9393, the end of the message. So 93 means that a message is going to be sent, right? So what's the story about Flight 93? The story of Flight 93 is that the passengers revolted, and one of them got on a cell phone and called and said, "Let's roll." And that "let's roll" became the battle cry for the shock and awe invasion of Iraq. They put it on Air Force fighters. They put it on military vehicles. They put it on T-shirts, on jerseys, on fire trucks. Let's roll. It became the battle cry of 9/11. In fact, right after this whole thing happened, within hours, Bush was saying, that's the battle cry of 9/11. The message, let's roll. And they named that flight, Flight 93. Very interesting.
Very great.
It also has the meaning too for the AA, which is a branch of the Illuminati. It's the secret, 93 stands for their secret word for someone who gets initiated, the new candidate. So it's linked to Satanism, 93. And so then after giving us that drama of the passenger revolt, the plane mysteriously hits the ground and goes into a hole, a mine shaft supposedly, leaving us no trace.
Wow, that's amazing.
Now there was one other flight besides the four that we've talked about. So far, all of these numbers, and we know that the flights didn't exist, so we know that they had to come up with the numbers off the top of their head. So it's very interesting that these numbers all pick the satanic theme of what those flights were about, right? Well, there was one other flight besides the 4 that we've mentioned, and that was Flight 85. And what's the story of that? Well, first, what does 85 mean in Satanism? It relates to opening the mouth ceremony. 85 represents the mouth, opening the mouth. What was the opening the mouth ceremony? Back in ancient Egypt, in the mystery religion back there, when you had the mummy, you opened his mouth, okay? It stands for words, opening the mouth. Well, what happened? Oh, and it also represents when Shiva wakes up. Shiva, you know who Shiva is from Hinduism, the goddess of destruction. And when she wakes up and destroys the old structures, it also represents war, or the destruction of the old structure and bringing in, through that destruction, a purification of new. Okay, that's what 85 represents. So what was Flight 85? Well, Flight 85 was coming out of Anchorage, and they scrambled a couple jets that went up beside it, and they ordered the pilot, which there was no hijackers on the plane, but they ordered the pilot to radio the signal that he was being hijacked and forced it down. So they opened the pilot's mouth and showed through this that, okay, we're going to open his mouth, and this is war. We've got our war jets up there. We'll shoot him down if he doesn't come down. Wow. Once again, we see the numbers of these flights match the satanic meaning of what they were involved with. And what was happening while all of this was going on? Well, our president was down in Sarasota, Florida.
Okay.
And which is an interesting.
So pay attention. We're taking the pin out of the goat. The goat.
Place too, because it's a CIA town. And those of you who are familiar with my work on MK Ultra was the CIA form of the Illuminati's trauma-based mind control. And the CIA's been very active in performing mind control, trauma-based mind control for the Illuminati. And so this elementary school that George Bush was in, elementary class he was in, the students were probably, I'm going to conjecture on this since I don't know, but since judging from the place where it happened, there are probably a lot of mind-controlled kids that had been subjected to this Illuminati trauma-based mind control. Anyway, they had the kids chanting while George Bush is reading this book, and they are chanting out the story. And what was the story about? It's about this pet goat. And the book is an allegory about Satan, because you've got the evil father who's an authority figure, and the goat in the story is the hero of the book, and the goat is the savior. And interestingly, when they walk in to tell them about the 9/11 disaster, you probably all are familiar with what George Bush did when they told him that, hey, the Twin Towers are being hit and people are dying. What did he do? He kept reading the ode to the goat.
Okay, I've got that footage. So let's watch it. Well, because it's relevant. Let me just make sure you can see that. Why can't I ever work out how to maximize this? It's at least a problem for sure. Anyway, well, it's just not going to happen. Okay. Volume on. Oh, play. Oh, no, volume off. Okay, we're watching. Sorry, I don't know how to make it bigger. There's probably another one, a better one. Wait. Walk and talk, chat. Walk and talk. I'm going to go back. I don't want to play that first one because copyright strike. We'll do this with volume off. Sorry about no volume, but you know, I'll probably still get a strike for it. Fuck my life. President George W. Bush was visiting it. Missed it. First plane crash happened about 10 minutes before the president arrived. During the lesson, he learned of more awful news. Chief of Staff Andrew Card whispered to the president, a second plane hit the tower. America is under attack. Huh. And he kept reading. Well, that's cute. Not wanting to alarm the children, he stayed several more minutes. Then I missed it. Sorry, I was doing something on my screen. Huh. How about that? Reading the goat book. Well then, the president was briefed on the situation in a nearby classroom as his aides watched TV reports. In another classroom, the media also watched coverage from New York City. The gravity of the situation became more clear. Imagine inflicting all this trauma on all these people intentionally. About 20 minutes later, the president held a short press conference in the school library, but he did not talk about the education. What? I missed that. Something. Instead, he spoke of a difficult moment for America. He promised to hunt down people responsible. Yes, Osama bin Laden. Oh, my God. In a cave with no cell phone coverage, and called for a brief moment of silence. He then left the school for Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. Air Force One flew the president to bases in Louisiana City, then Nebraska, before returning to Washington to address the nation that night. The world is a stage. Cancel. Pause. So that. Okay, now back to the talk.
Why was it important to keep reading this ode to the goat? Because that's part of the ceremony. This was the ritual paying homage to the goat, Satan, the goat of Mendes. That's why he could have just, done something like this and gotten up and left the class. Excuse me, kids. No, he kept reading the story of the goat hero, the goat being the hero. So there we have the elements. Going back to what we talked about earlier, what are the elements of a ritual? You're going to give the symbols. You're going to have the symbols. You're going to be doing it at a sacred site. You're going to be giving worship. All the elements are there. And what did they want to do at where the plane 93 went into the ground and disappeared? They wanted to build a memorial there. And what was the shape of the...
Shelley said that he flew over me. And then she says, so that's in Colorado. So skies were crazy silent. Then all this air noise from his plane surrounded by air support. Wow. Shelley, boots on the ground. Goodness. Crazy.
memorial that they proposed? No, it was a crescent. But what does the crescent represent? It represents the joking side of Freemasonry. This is a Shriner, and the crescent is, they're the jokesters of Freemasonry. And so when I saw that they were going to propose a crescent memorial there where the plane disappeared, it was like, huh, they're laughing at us. They're laughing at us.
Indeed they are.
Okay, I'm reading just straight from, this is just a burial ritual for the occult. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return, like a drop of rain falling to the ocean, all that falls shall rise again. And to the east, we welcome the spirits of the ancestors. To the south, we welcome our heroes and inspirations. To the west, we welcome the ancestors to incarnate in our children. To the north, we welcome our deaths. That sounds so much like the way that they were talking after this whole thing happened, you know, welcoming our heroes, the whole thing, you know, falling to the ocean, you know, falling, planes falling down. It just, wow, the way they were talking. So now let's go to one other thing involved here. Why 9/11? I mean, there's all kinds of occult symbolism in 9/11. I'm not trying to say that I'm going to exhaust that subject, but I'm going to throw something new out for you. If we go back, this is, you can do this on the computer. This is for Bethlehem, 11th September, 3 BC. And you see the astrological alignment there. There's a Dr.
wait.
Heiser, and there's
Wait.
other astrologers.
Let's see if we can actually see it. Poor cameraman. Hang on.
BC. And you see the astrological.
Okay. Ah, yes, we can see the astrological alignment.
Alignment there. There's a Dr. Heiser, and there's other astrologers that have gone back and looked. What was the star that the wise men were following? And when did that star happen? The star announcing Christ's birth aligned on September 11th, 3 BC. So what a better day to have a black mass where you're going to kill a whole bunch of people to Lucifer than on Christ's birthday. Now, I don't know if that's actually Christ's birthday or not, but astrologically, where you have Regus and Leo lining up with King of Kings, one can make a good case for that. And definitely, since the Illuminati's into astrology, I'm sure that they're familiar with the concept of September 11th, 3 BC being Christ's birthday.
What's SAC? Special Area Command? No, Jenny, thank you for being here. Make sure you catch the replay. We'll be doing a little bit more on this next weekend, maybe the weekend after. I'll see. I can't remember. I think there's definitely two parts. Strategic Air Command. Yes. I almost got it.
Wow. Wow. Okay, let's discuss a little bit about the military. Someone who visited with me, who sat in on an Illuminati military meeting for high-ranking Army officers, what he was basically conveying to me, amongst other things, besides talking about what went on in the meeting, was I got the understanding that there's a lot of high-ranking officers in the military that are Illuminati. And we look at the Department of Defense and the State Department, they're both heavily loaded with Illuminati. Leading NATO officers, Joint Chiefs of Staff are often Illuminati. And so what's interesting is in 1962, the Joint Chiefs of Staff signed off on a false flag operation called Operation Northwoods. What was that operation to be? The false...
Pay attention. 1962. Who was president in 1962?
flag was to be created by hijacking planes and then blowing up a U.S. ship to get us into the war with Cuba. And why did that not happen? It's because JFK said, no way. Here's the front page of the North Wind operation, declassified, that they had planned. If John F.
Oh, I'm muted. So many things to be coordinating. Can we read it? Oh, I can. Wait. Sorry about my leaning in. The Chief of Staff. Wait. Justification for something 3 military intervention in Cuba. The Chief of Staff, the Joint Chief of Staff, have considered the silence referendum for the Chief of Operations Cuba project, which something in Congress that affirm for brief but precise designation of pretext which would provide justification for something military intervention in Cuba. The Chief Justice, the Joint Chief of Staff recommend that the prepared something be forwarded as a preliminary something for planning purposes. It is something that there is still that there will be something. Oh, my eyes are struggling. Anyway, that if you want to zoom in and try and read it yourself, I can't. It's too blurry and I'm too old.
Kennedy hadn't stood in their way, we'd have gotten a false flag similar to 9/11 back in 1962.
Is Lemon's name on that? Lemon's name on that?
Yeah, exactly. Limitzer, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Operation Northwind?
North Wind.
Operation Northwind.
There was a remote control flight building, or flight plane, and attack you, right? But it's by remote control.
Oh, was it? Oh, you're ahead of me.
Oh, too much talking. It's my brain can't decipher any of it. USS Stratcom is responsible for strategic nuclear deterrence, global strike, and operating the Defense Department's global information grid. You know what we should do? It might be a bit loud, but this.
It's learning time with Cam Shorty. Finding out something new every day.
Thank you for all these factoids, everyone. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Earlier
trying to
that
concentrate.
year, the CIA had decided to hire someone who was an investment banker. This is very interesting. His name was A.B. Buzzy Krongard, and I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this too. I mean, the Europeans are more familiar with this than the Americans because the Europeans have been screaming loudly that the whole 9/11 thing reeks because these people were making millions of dollars off of it on the stock market. So he was the head of Alexander Brown and Company, an investment bank. He had a $4 million salary, and he gave that up to be hired by the CIA for ostensibly a piddly salary. And when they interviewed him, he said, well, if you go back to the CIA's origins, the whole OSS was really nothing but Wall Street bankers and lawyers. So the CIA has used their intelligence operations to make money. And they used him because it was his company that they used to make millions of dollars off of the 9/11 tragedy. So the CIA obviously knew quite a while before things that they needed to do these put options on United and American Airlines stocks so that they could make all these millions ahead of time. Now, let's look at another person involved in all this, Rudy Giuliano. I'm not pronouncing the name. I didn't pronounce. I just Giuliani. There you go. He was the mayor of New York City during 9/11. His brother-in-law.
Okay, so this is interesting too. It's all fucking connected.
Was an organized crime. He grew up a Catholic, but he's real secretive about his religious beliefs, and I understand why. He's a gay cross-dresser. So so you wouldn't really want to announce what your actual beliefs are if you're a politician. A lot of people before 9/11 thought of him as an ambitious politician. After 9/11, he was elevated to a hero, and he was on Time Magazine as Person of the Year in 2001 for how he handled the 9/11 thing.
Wow.
He obviously was a team player with these people. I don't know if he himself is Illuminati, but he was obviously a team player with these people. And it was his decisions that led to the large diesel tanks being placed in Building 7, and it was his decisions that meant that the emergency radios in that building were defective, so that the emergency personnel were ended up hampered by defective radios. So I don't know how much he knew or whether he was Illuminati, but he certainly went along with the whole false flag thing. He's a team player, and he attacked Ron Paul's thoughts on 9/11. Ron Paul was saying that we invited the 9/11 attacks, which is a little strange thing. But then Rudy was then went and attacked that. So Larry Silverstein, he was another player in all of this. He was the leaseholder of the World Trade Center buildings, and he was the one who built Building 7. You know, the trapezoid building that was called Solomon's building. His father was a Ukrainian Jew. Silverstein made out like a bandit from 9/11, although it took him 6 years before he got an insurance settlement of $4.55 billion. If you realize that he only paid thousands to get that condemned building, he made out like a bandit. And floating over here to another sheet.
I'm pretty sure he paid 14 million, but that's compared to 4.5 billion 6 years later on a condemned building, set of buildings. Remember, he successfully petitioned. He awarded that two plane strikes on the Twin Towers equated to 2 terrorist attacks, which meant he got double the payout. He's spitting a lot of info. Yes, I've also got it on 1.2 speed, but yes, it's linked in the description below, Life Artist, definitely.
Of paper. Chief Judge John Mercer Walker, who ruled on Silverstein Properties insurance claim, was a relative of President Bush and a member of the Skull and Bones. So everything gets to stay in the family.
Indeed.
At the time of 9/11, Silverstein controlled 10 million square feet and 13 buildings in New York City. He had a regular habit of eating breakfast on top of the World Trade Center North Tower, but he didn't on the day of 9/11. He was obviously in on the false flag operation. I don't know if he knew about the ritual aspect. I believe he's Israeli intelligence, and Israeli intelligence was warning certain people, like a Jewish company in the Trade Center was warned, and their people didn't go to work that day.
Almost no Jews went to work that day. Even not just the Twin Towers in New York. It's almost like they were warned. Stay away. Huh.
Here's another member of the Order of Skull and Bones. Like I said, George Bush appointed 11 of his bonesmen to his administration.
Bonesmen.
I don't know if he took his role. The best I could find out, there's still a lot that I don't know, but in September, I don't know if it was September before 9/11 or after 9/11, he became the Assistant Attorney General under Bush. This is Robert McCallum Jr., and he's also Illuminati.
Feels like there's a lot of Illuminati and Freemasons in this.
Oh, yeah. That's right. He relates to the whole thing, too.
Wait,
and then
I think the person in the audience says his wife was on Flight 93. Wait.
No, his wife was a casualty on 93.
Oh, yeah. That's right. He relates to the whole thing, too. And then his new wife, surprisingly, looks like her, but with a different name.
Oh, okay. So apparently his wife died in Flight 93, but his new wife has a different name but looks suspiciously like his old wife. Huh. Like all the astronauts who died in the Challenger disaster, who all still alive, and many of them work at Yale, Skull and Bones. Yep. They're lying to us about everything, and they think we're fucking fools. And you know why no one pays any attention? Because everyone's too busy watching TV and movies and doing the rat race thing that they've forced us into, debt slavery through usury. Wow. He's not, but I bet you could cross-reference them all, Nina, because I think he only had, it's a talk. So, but feel free to cross-reference them all. I mean, the stuff about all of the symbolism and the numbers and their meanings is all easily verified. He did say that at the beginning. Yep, glued to their phones. But the symbolism of all the numbers that he's spoken about, it's well understood that anything that he's not sure of also, Nina, he said, like he just said then, I'm not sure if Giuliani was in on it, but he was a very good team player. So I think it's pretty safe to say that where he's not sure, he says he's not sure. And so anything that's said with he doesn't say all of it's fact, right? but relatively easily cross-referenced. I mean, Bush Jr. and I think it's Dick Cheney are on camera. I can't remember what it is, on a news program, and maybe it's even Tucker, who asked. Well, that's very hard to find out, isn't it? But so Skull and Bones from Yale is Freemasons, and Freemasons is Illuminati. At the beginning, he did talk about the familial lines, the bloodlines, which is what it's all about. But Tucker and Bush Jr. and Cheney are both in separate interviews on, I think, with Tucker. Don't quote me on it's Tucker, but it's someone like Tucker years ago. And he asks them about the secret society and their Skull and Bones involvement, which we know is linked to all of this Freemasonry and stuff. Bulgarian, was that the one he said at the start? Illuminati. So there's the direct links, right? And they asked, and Tucker asked them both independently about it, and he says it's very secretive, and they're like, "Yep, it is secretive." Says, "Can you tell me anything about it?" And they both say, "Nope, because it's a secret society." So, there's data points that are like circumstantial links, but he did preface this at the beginning as saying this is like any scientific theory. You start with a theory, a hypothesis, and then you provide as much cumulative supporting evidence or data that might help support or even prove that theory. So this is, and he's said a couple of times, I'm not saying this is fact. I'm just putting it out there as a theory. You go and do your own research. So he has prefaced it with that. Also, I cannot stress enough how more receptive y'all, Bavarian, thank you, y'all will be to less skepticism, more acceptance if you watch some or any, most, much, or all of the survivor testimonials, including Fritz's, on the Imagination podcast channel, which is linked in the description box below. Not all of the survivors might resonate with you, or you might not necessarily like their delivery, but they're all heavy trauma survivors. But you'll definitely see replication of all of it. Not all of them are Illuminati. Not all of them are MK Ultra. Not all of them were used as mind control, sex slaves, a monarch project. But it starts to be a resounding enmeshment of very similar stories from people who don't know each other, from different walks of life, from everything from little tiny family units of sadistic ritual abuse through to global web stuff and everything in between. So yes. No, this is just a starting point. And I mean, he's giving a talk in a library. He's written books about this. So his books are available. We're using our discernment. It's an interesting theory which resonates with me, particularly given all of the research I've been doing myself. Yeah.
Okay. Robert D. McCallum.
I think
Jr.
the different guy, his wife died supposedly. You got the wrong name.
Oh, okay.
Maybe his prior attorney general.
Okay, stop interrupting his vibe. There it is. Pause, Steve. Pause. Shelley, Pokemon, thank you for commenting. Says Fritz is great. Yes, I love him so much. He did time in prison for years for making trouble for the cult. Yeah, it was like 9 years, right? They honestly, they have got so much power, these people, that they throw you in jail. Like look what they did to Michael Jackson's name. Same but different. All the powerful secret society people. 8 to 9. Yes. Thank you. I knew my brain. I couldn't remember because I've been watching so many of these survivor whistleblower testimonies that it's tricky to remember all the details. I knew it was 9. I couldn't remember whether it was 9 months or 9 years because someone else was in prison for 9 months. I think it was the whistleblower journalist and advocate who the Hampstead children, those 2 young children in 2014 who spoke very candidly about their sadistic satanic ritual abuse at the hands of their father and the Hampstead school, and she was in prison for 9 months. Wild shit. And Hingy, my friend, thank you so much for reposting. All right. Let's get back to it.
I'll show what Tex Morris did here. He has, and there's a lot of pictures of him doing this. It's not like something that's out of the ordinary. Here's George Bush doing his little hand signal, goat horn signal. And
Pause, Steve. Thank you so much for your input. Steve says, a lot of my friends have interviewed him. My one friend ran a few conferences that he spoke at. Fritz is the real deal Christian. Yes. So this particular talk was given in 2013, and his interview with Emma on the Imagination podcast was only earlier this year, at the start of this year. So yeah, man, Brit, as like the court system, that's a really there's so much. I honestly, I know I've said it a quadrillion times. Go and check out Emma's channel and see what resonates with you, and find there's so much there. And if you've got any questions, I can refer you on to point you in the right direction. Brit Ketchell, the playlist here, this one. Britt, I strongly recommend for you, particularly because you're an Aussie, and if Laura was still here, I'd say this one for her too. But where is it? The Rachel Vaughan playlist. This one is fascinating, and there's some beautiful. Oh, she's amazing. She's a South Australian woman whose father was involved. Well, she attests her father, who's now passed away, thank God, was part of the Beaumont children murders, disappearance, Australia's greatest unsolved mystery bullshit, along with William Tyrrell. So, okay, let's go back to the talk. We're getting there. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Kerry doing his one eye thing.
I'll go back.
The one eye
We're
out of
talking
the
about
ordinary.
So he's talking about some Illuminati symbolism. My words are going. Haven't had anything to eat today. Fasting. Remember we had a look at those few bits and pieces from the Olympic ceremony, that one eye cover, the Illuminati symbolism. So he's talking about that here.
Here's George Bush doing his little hand signal, goat horn signal, and Kerry doing his one eye thing. You know, the one eye of the Illuminati that's so popular.
What did I say?
Kerry's also the Order of Skull and Bones. So, you know, they like to do their little.
Mix. I'm so sorry, man. I'm not even joking. There's things that I don't say or type, and I don't know whether I'm manifesting it, but that shit, they're in our brains. I'm not even joking. I swear to God, it's the one final bastion. I think that's the only thing left. I do think lizard people is the only thing left. Everything else is true. Like has come to fruition, and I hate it.
Panic signs. Yeah.
Lest we forget it was John Kerry, also, who tapped George W. Bush to succeed him. He graduated from Yale.
Right, and the guy that I just showed you here was his roommate. Was George Bush's roommate. So it's a small world at the top. McCallum.
Pause. I'm not familiar with Vinnie Eastman. I will look it up. Thanks, Steve.
McCallum. And he's junior. He's got a father with the same name. So just reading you some quick quotes here. September 7th, NBC Meet the Press, Vice President Cheney accused Saddam of moving aggressively to develop nuclear weapons over the past 14 months. And then on a different station, CNN, which CNN was started by the CIA, by the way. National Security Advisor Rice said that regarding the likelihood of Iraq obtaining nuclear weapons, we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud. So they're already, right before 9/11, planting the siege, you know, of Iraq's the bad guy. And then after it happens, you just see them hammering, oh, Iraq's to blame for this, Iraq's to blame for this. You know, September 12th, 2001, former terrorism advisor Richard Clark personally informed the president that neither Saddam Hussein nor Iraq was responsible for the September 11 attacks. On September 18th, Clark submitted to President National Security Advisor Rice a memo he had written in response to George W. Bush's specific request that stated, 1, the case for linking Hassan to the September 11th attack was weak. He told her only anecdotal evidence linked Hussein to al-Qaeda, and Osama bin Laden resented the secularism of Saddam Hussein, and there was no confirmed reporting of Saddam Hussein cooperating with bin Laden. So you have people who are intelligent and informed, they're telling them, hey, there's no connection, and yet at the same time, you just have Bush and Rumsfeld and Cheney just hammering in the press, it's Iraq, you know.
Repetition is repetition is one way, like to do mind control. Steve I'm just going to show, is this who you mean? Is this the Vinnie Eastwood you mean, that top one? Because I'll give him yeah, that's him. Good alternative journalist. Thank you. I will hit subscribe now. That's great. I love rising seas lift all ships. It's just a 1 point. Everyone, I'll subscribe, and let me go there, and I'll drop that in chat so we can all throw him a sub, and then we'll get back to this.
So we got here's a speech on President Bush, May 1st, 2003. The Battle of Iraq is one victory in a war on terror that began on September the 11th, 2001, and still goes on. That terrible morning, 19 evil men, the shock troops of the hateful ideology, gave America and the civilized world a glimpse of their ambitions. They imagined, in the words of one terrorist, that September the 11th would be the beginning of the end of America. By seeking to turn our cities into killing fields, terrorists and their allies believed that they could destroy this nation's resolve and force our retreat from the world. They have failed. So, you know, lies, just lies and lies. We have a ritual where they sacrificed to Lucifer and then blamed it on bin Laden. Oh, and that's interesting too, because let's see if I can find here. What's bin Laden got to do with this? Well, if I've got
wow, this is crazy too.
Did I bring that sheet of paper? There's, in the mystery religions, remember the at Gibraltar, the towers there, the Hercules? Well, the mythology around that was that Hercules went and he wish I could find that. The ritual is that he, the character there that gets blamed for it is Laden. And bin Laden means son of Laden. So it's like this whole script also is...
over that. Sorry, I ran all over that. I'll go back.
The character there that gets blamed for it is Laden. And bin Laden means son of Laden. So it's like this whole script also goes with this mystery religion story. So it's like they took a mystery religion story, and remember Illuminati are the continuation of the mystery religions, And they worked up this mystery religion story into this whole script. It's like, wow, this is like, they really did it, they really outdid themselves on putting all of this script together. And you know that back in 1988, that was another thing that I had here, was an article. I brought along an article that this guy wrote. He was right after they had built the World Trade Center buildings. He was in there as a photographer, and then it's a long story, but they kind of mistook him for some other workers. And anyway, he was sitting and listening to all of this, and he was talking to these people, and what he discovered is they knew back then that the buildings were condemned, that they were going to have to be destroyed because they couldn't stand. So back in 1988, they realized that they were going to have to destroy these buildings. But the problem is destroying these new buildings was going to cost more than anyone could do. So you see in the early 90s, they start doing what some people call predictive programming. They start having through cartoons and movies and everything, showing the World Trade Center being destroyed by planes hitting it or whatnot. They're starting to show us back early.
They tell us what they're going to do. They show us what they're going to do through slop television and movies to sow the seeds so that when it happens, we're not like they've kind of covered their asses, right? It's a cover your ass thing. Wild.
In the 90s.
Time and time again.
And I showed some of that in my talk 2 years ago. So they knew clear back in 1988 that they were going to have to destroy these buildings. So they've had a long time. They had a long time to work this whole script up. And I'm sure that some of them were very proud of what they did. And I think...
Pause for a second. Pause. I know many of you were here on the last 9/11 show we did, which was about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks. But the angle was slightly different. Hi, Paul from Newcastle in the UK. Good to see you. Now, if you recall in that one, because the angle was different and we were talking about Zionism, the Zionist project, and the Israeli/Jewish involvement, and Simi, I know you remember, YouTube was throttling us. So it's okay. It's kind of okay. We've had no problems, right? I mean, I'm glitching a bit on my screen, but I think that's a load thing for my network, my data network, rather than anything to do with what we're talking about. So it's okay to talk about satanic ritual, Illuminati, Freemasons, because, whatever. But YouTube doesn't like it when we talk about Israel or the Jews. I'm sorry, Vic. I know. But isn't that interesting? So if ever there was a testimony to, if you want to know who controls you, look to who you're not allowed to speak about. And I'll leave it at that. Very interesting. Very interesting. That was a very instructive live stream. And my shadow banning continues per the views I'm getting. It can't be that my content's shit. I refuse to believe that.
That's a good place to stop and open it up to questions.
Questions.
When did you destroy the buildings in '88? Like, what was that conversation about? Because of what? Anything more specific?
It was asbestos.
Yeah.
It would cost them over $1 billion.
I'm just going to slow it down now because the members of the audience speak a little faster and it is a little garbled because they're not mic'd up, obviously. So I will try not to run over it. You know me, though. I love a good pause and talk.
When the buildings in '88, like, what was that conversation about? Because of what?
So she said, why? What did she say? Why would they destroy the buildings in '88? What was that conversation about? Because of what?
Anything more specific?
It was asbestos.
Yeah,
It would cost them over $1 billion to take all the asbestos out.
exactly.
And wasn't there also something with the foundations? It was not stable. The buildings were not structurally sound either.
Wait,
They were too high.
pause. Poor Steve on X is going to think you're talking about him. Different Steve. Steve. He can't see the chat, but I put it on the screen. He's like, what? He can't see the YouTube chat, I mean.
Foundation.
Exactly.
That was built for. It was only built for
Exactly.
like a 35-story building, and these things were like.
Exactly. The foundations were not sufficient to hold it. And you realize that that whole area used to be swamp, basically. And then underlying at the deep level is granite, so that it did attach into granite, but in spite of the fact that they attached the foundation some way to granite, and they built these retaining walls to keep out the water, and they had all of these tunnels, moving trains and stuff, and they had to have all of these systems for water management and everything. In spite of all of that, they had really worked hard, but when the inspectors came in and looked at it, they had condemned the buildings, and they said that you're going to have to tear them down. And so that's why Silverstein was able to buy them pennies on the dollar, because they were condemned buildings.
Thank you.
And he would not have bought them unless he knew that there was going to be, that they were going to be part of this false flag. So he was in on it from the start. Like you see, you know, Israeli intelligence knew that that this was going to happen.
Yeah.
So he was one of
Those dancing Israelis taking photos on the building, holding up a lighter, like, yeah, in front of the Twin Towers. They're on the rooftop of another building with the Twin Towers in the background, dancing and laughing. Also, the hijackers had Israeli accents, not Arab, in their what they were saying. So there's that too. This was a multi. Many people benefited. Many people played a role in this false flag event, and I believe that Fritz has presented a fairly resounding, in just an hour, really, an hour and 22, fairly concise starting point for you all to do some more research. But the symbolism is rife, right? The Satanic, Illuminati symbolism, the numerology, it's resounding, in my opinion. I don't know what you think.
the people on the inside knowing that it was going to happen, but I don't know that whether he knew about the ritual aspect or not. Yes.
Would you say that those buildings were built knowing that they're going to be destroyed from the very beginning because all the symbolism is there?
That's an interesting question. The question is, could the buildings have been built intentionally to take down? That's a good question. I do know that this Illuminati card game, which I got circa 1995, and I was absolutely blown away because it was like the guy who put this card game, it was like he even surpassed what my books were saying. But
an Illuminati card game, his dedication to his research. If he's not autistic, mate, I don't know what to tell you. I love him so much. Yeah, I love him so much. I love him like rifling through his papers, trying to find the things. No PowerPoint presentation. He's the best. Fritz is the best. You have to go and watch more of his stuff. It's great. It's great.
He showed.
Oh, Steve, there's this one. Yeah, I think I will. I absolutely will. There's this one. What was I going to say? There's a playlist on the channel. The Imagination Podcast channel, Emma's channel, and it's a 4-hour lecture on the Illuminati, and it goes into deeply biblical stuff. And I don't know why I was I'm in this weird. So right, walk and talk chat. I'm in this weird place where I totally know that it's the fucking Jews, right? But I also know that it's the Freemasons and the Illuminati and the Satanic ritual, the Luciferians. So I'm still in this kind of binary where I've got one foot in each arena, because I know, like, I've pulled myself away a little bit, a lot from the truth teller spaces, not because of their hyper focus on it's the Jews. It's just a bit of misogyny in some of his quips and stuff, which just don't sit well with me, and I don't want to. I don't need to subject myself. Anyway, all that to say, there's but Fritz did this whole talk, and he was going into I don't know, and I was like, I can't watch this one, but I think I'll go back now and watch it. It's a 4-hour-long lecture in that playlist about the Illuminati, and I need to put myself into that level of discomfort that I've been preaching to you all for months now, that you need to feel comfortable with being uncomfortable. I'm keeping me up at night as always, trying to get my head around the fact that what's the utility in saying it's purely the Jews when clearly there's so much more to it. I don't think it's a hierarchical thing. I think that they're cohabiting, and it all goes back to that synagogue of Satan, right? I think we have to go back thousands of years and up through the bloodlines and understand that it really all goes back to good and evil, God and Satan, light and dark. And I think they're the most powerful forces there are. And I don't think it's helpful to eliminate the possibility that they all work in concert with this sole purpose of serving Satan. Like, this is biblical shit, right? So it can't, it's disingenuous in my opinion to it's a Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Or it's controlled opposition. I don't know, man. The awakening and the noticing continues. It doesn't just be limited to the Jews. So I'm sorry, I just had to get that off my chest. But I'm all that to say, I'm going to go back and watch this one that I actually sort of rage quit because I was like, thinking that maybe he was going to, Fritz, wasn't going to make the link. I'm going to apply myself, put myself in that discomfort, place of discomfort for educational purposes. Okay.
That's a good question. I do know that this Illuminati card game, which I got circa 1995, and I was absolutely blown away because
no, wait, no, we're not doing the Catholic Church either, because holy shit, man, I hate to say it, but it's also the Catholic Church. It's the Vatican. They're bad. Co-opted a while ago. It's all of them. Like, it's all of them. It's all of them. I can't even breathe. How did we come to this? What has humanity been doing for the last 2,000 years? 1913's got a lot to fucking answer for, I tell you what. Anyway, as you were. And also, friends, my beautiful friends, can you imagine how it feels for me to go through my life, my normal life, my IRL, and everyone's like fucking just going about their normal business, and I'm like, I can't say anything because I'm going to sound like a fucking lunatic. You guys probably, I mean, you know me very well, and I've kind of groomed you. I've gently eased you into all of this, and suddenly the Epstein files is very not helpful, but it does help make me look less crazy to my shorties, my community. But how? And on that note, like, we'll go back to the question and answers. Sorry, but I have to play this. Walk and talk chat. Walk and talk. This is very good. Where would it be? You can't see what I'm doing, but trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Okay, here. Also, while we're at it, in the last 7 days, I've had 2 million views on my content on Twitter. Best ever. I don't know. I've gone a bit viral. Not enough. Anyway, this is what I'm trying to show you. Hang on. Show this tab instead. So this guy.
All of y'all are acting fucking normal. Epstein files have been released, and all of y'all are acting normal. All of y'all are acting normal. They can laugh, but y'all can Google it. They can laugh, but y'all can Google it. The Epstein files have been released, and all of y'all are acting normal. All of y'all are acting normal.
But really concentrated. That man done lost their goddamn mind.
Airport is acting normal.
Everybody's calling.
No, you shut the fuck up.
Wait, don't say nothing.
Because the Epstein files, what I'm reading, and everybody in this room can read. If you go to Google right now, everybody in this room can read. They are eating babies. They are trafficking children.
I commented that this is the kind of righteous indignation we should all be showing. Righteous indignation and outrage, because holy fucking shit. And because, I mean, but everyone's just going to think he's lost his fucking mind because, for starters, mainstream media in Australia in particular, and I think in the States as well, also CNN was started by the CIA, just saying it's an op, it's a psyop. They're saying it was the Epstein worked for Russia. Get the fuck out of here! The mental gymnastics, and people who watch the news and who even registers, they're like, what does it matter? He's dead. Spoiler alert: he's not dead, Epstein, and he was a Mossad agent. It's all linked to Israel, please. And this man is just walking through the airport, going, "What the fuck?" Everybody's just living their normal life, catching flights. Don't you know? He's like, you can Google it. Google it. They're eating babies. Like they, oh, I feel it in my bones. So I have to rant to you all.
And if you think for a second any fucking thing in your life matters, you're on the fucking wrong side of history.
You're on the wrong side of history, amen.
Wrong side of history. It don't matter about the flight. It don't matter about who in this fucking airport. It don't matter about this nigga walking past me right now. I don't.
Nice. So that's me inside my brain. Oh yeah, Pizzagate. Exactly. Sheriff Dean on Kick, over there on Kick. You know what? We stream mostly every Friday and Saturday night in the States, or Saturday and Sunday in the day in Australia. I'm not sure where you are. YouTube, Kick, and on the Twitters. So come on by. We're doing Miss Shorty history mystery stuff. False flags. We've been covering the Port Arthur massacre for the last few weeks. I gave us a break to do this. We've got Epstein files stuff to do. Pizzagate has been on my scheduled, and I just keep bumping it back further and further. Also, on that note, can I just remind you all that I've been planning to do a Pizzagate show for the longest time, but I'm still compiling. Like, it's been scheduled, and I just keep bumping it because I've got other things to talk about, and my resources list is just growing and growing and growing and growing. And suddenly I'm like, well, we're still going to do the show. Liz Crokin's amazing. Poor woman. They smeared her and called her crazy. Anyway, all that to say, I'm ahead of the game. Not that it's a game, but you know what I mean. Okay. We can do this.
Know that this Illuminati card game, which I got circa 1995, and I was absolutely blown away because it was like the guy who put this card game, it was like he even surpassed what my books were saying. But he showed the Twin Towers being destroyed in the card game. It's the name of the game's Illuminati, you know. And he showed the Twin Towers being destroyed. But so the people in the know knew, you know, long before it happened. But I don't know of any evidence that specifically points before 1988. Does anybody know of any evidence that this was? Do you?
Well, no, I heard that the builders said that it could have sustained multiple planes of that size.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So they built it. I think they go into this next. Maybe it's in a different one, but they built it after that a smaller aircraft flew into the Empire State Building after World War II, 1943, I think, when they were planning the engineering. Is that what it is? Words, building stuff. When they were, planning the structural aspect of the Twin Towers, they built it with this. It was the one of its kind, with this honeycomb-ish steel reinforcing, so that it could withstand not only a smaller single engine or like a fighter jet, something smaller plane. It could withstand the impact, so they said, of an airline jet, passenger jet. So, and no building in the history of skyscrapers before or after has fallen down, crumpled in on itself exactly like controlled demolitions due to fire or an airplane strike. Like, get the fuck out of here. And people are like adamant. I'm like, but you can see the detonations. I watched this video about, like, it was 2 hours long almost. It was ages ago. I wish I could find it. I didn't bookmark it. Of all the, like, the resounding evidence, like, of it being thermalite and the controlled detonations. It was so good. It's really hard to find on YouTube. Anyway, back to it. Squirrels.
As far as that goes, yes, because back years ago, being a history buff, or a historian, actually, I should say historian, and I actually had in my hands the New York Times newspaper that was the day after a military bomber flew into the Empire State Building. In World War II, a B-25 was flying in fog and didn't even realize that there was the Empire State Building in front of it, and flew full speed, boom, right into the building.
That was 1948.
48.
That was 1948.
We're all wrong.
Was it 1948? Oh, I thought it was World War II, but I stand corrected. At any rate, the point I'm making here is
it's like pitch brush
what
details.
happened to the Empire State Building? Nothing. Nothing.
And it wasn't built to withstand
it.
It
Was like it wasn't even scratched, you know?
Because
I think
so
there's sacred geometries, what they call the geometries, when you take a look at where the Pentagon is in relation to the Twin Towers, in relation to the White House, that there is some numerology involved in its location.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
he's done a whole talk on that, lady. He said that. Not today.
I was under the impression that it may have actually been built to be sacrificed at some point.
Huh.
But
Which
makes
building?
sense.
The Pentagon or the Twin Towers?
the Twin Towers.
That makes sense to me. What about you?
The possibility exists there. That's until we get some kind of evidence that they knew about the Twin Towers going to be destroyed prior to them being built, and I haven't seen anything like that. But that's a good thing, a good question.
I'm just going to pause and say back to Nina's question about not providing data points to support his assertions, decomplexification, lol, callback. If he was going to be just sort of, filibustering and talking out his ass, I think he would have gone. I don't know. I think he seems pretty legit. The stuff he doesn't know, he says he's doesn't know for sure, and the stuff that I believe he could back up with receipts, he says as fact. Anyway.
And the reason why I also mentioned that is this guy who was an eyewitness to this high-level military Illuminati meeting. He said that they went and they talked about 10-year plans, 20-year plans, 40-year plans, and they had these things planned out like 40 years ahead of time. So, so I could categorically say that they had something planned, but whether it was specifically those buildings, I don't know. Yes, Ann.
Okay, I've got two questions. One, if they're so into symbology and all that, was there another reason or any evidence that they were going into Iraq to find some sort of symbol or something? Remember, they raided all these places that have artifacts and so forth. Is there anything that you might have been after there that has come out in the press? Now, the second question is, what about Rabbi Kahn's harbinger theory, or, what he is coming out with from Old Testament and some other things regarding New York City and this whole thing, as Harbingers explains? Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that, but yeah, that gets back into why do things happen, and things can happen for many different reasons. I mean, what they used the war in Iraq for, besides going in and making themselves wealthy, and besides creating this war on terror, which by the way, I'm going to interrupt my.
The war is very lucrative for those select few, right? For the elites. 20-year wars, Afghanistan, like, it's just a never-ending thing. They make big money. A select few make big money out of the industrial war complex. So, like I said before, so many people, so many different contingents of people benefited from this. Not so many in volume, but lots of different people having a hand in this who benefited in many ways, whether it's power, money, or control, right? Or blood libel, satanic ritual, a sacrifice, a massive sacrifice of human life for as an offering to Satan, to Baal.
Myself, I was flying in 1995, circa 1995 or 96. And I was in an American airport, sitting there just like you are. And off to my left-hand side, I started hearing a conversation. And there was a woman, and she was speaking with authority. She knew what she was talking about. She wasn't speculating. But she was telling this other lady, this is what's going to happen. There's going to be a terrorist event, and then the American people are going to be subjected to going through the screening. What do you call the machines? And she was outlining it. She was gloating. She was pleased. I mean, to listen to this lady, I thought she was probably a Satanist or something.
I just remind you too, this hadn't occurred to me, but think about all of the, in terms of retail. I mentioned it at the start of the stream, but the retail aspect of when all of these security measures are put in place around the world, retail outlets within airports, and so the people who provide mostly bottled water, which microplastics, but let's not even go there. Suddenly they're making big bucks. And how much do things cost in airports? Like ridiculous amounts. It's like, because it's a captive audience. You can't take your water. You want to take a water. So you're buying all your stuff because you can't take it with you. Even like little bottles to put your shampoo and shit in, so that you could travel with them. Like that stuff, you didn't need that before this. So the profiteering of this tragic event of a loss of 3,000 lives at the time, not even going anywhere near all the people who've died since from suicide and disease. I'm sure that many, I haven't looked into it, but I'm sure many of the people who survived the Twin Towers falling, who were there and were covered in the dust, it was riddled with asbestos. You're telling me those people don't all have asbestosis? Like, holy shit. Yep. Money is a powerful driver. So around the world, many sort of ancillary or sort of adjacent producers and industries profited from this. And I think he's about to talk about no, maybe he does, the guy who invented the screening machines. Did he already talk about that? Was I not paying attention? Was someone's brother-in-law or something. Like, so what the fuck? And a Freemason, I think. I'm probably making that up.
Creepy. It was creepy, but she was excited that the American people were going to be put in their place and that they were going to be subjected to all of this at the airports, and it was going to happen after a terrorist event. So, you know, again, that was another thing. Now, what did they do when they went into Iraq? This relates back to Nimrod, and if you go back into Antichrist prophecies and who the Antichrist and the Antichrist bloodlines and everything, and then all this stuff disappears from the museums that relates to the Antichrist. So it's like, this is another thing. So they used the war in Iraq to do that agenda too. What was your name, sir?
It's like, what?
But,
Bud?
Bud.
question, lest we all forget, the World Trade Center was attempted back in 92, 93.
Yeah, 93.
And it was I think the outcome, in fact, OPB did a documentary on that, and I can't recall the name of the individual who funded that, but the focus and the main spokesman was Buck Gravel of the FBI. And it was later revealed that 93 was a sting operation, but it was one of these contrived situations like that. Last episode we had down there with the Arab brother who was supposed to blow up the Christmas tree and all that. The FBI, and there was footage in a warehouse showing them the alleged assailant mixing the bomb, mixing the soup, the whole thing. And the agency, whether they want to take the credit for it as one of those contrived situations, that's what the documentary pointed out. And then, of course, at the end of the documentary, the narrator was standing at the World Trade Center with his profile back to him, and his statement was, they will try this again. This was 93. I think it's basically an intelligence operation.
Yeah, they were definitely priming the pump by getting us, okay, you do this in 93, now people are start thinking, okay, the World Trade Center is a target for terrorists, you know, and get us.
Shelley, he mentioned at the start of the talk that it was a lecture given at a library. It started with B. I can't recall. I thought it was a university lecture, but I think he said something about the library being a branch of, libraries. So that's all I can tell you.
Thinking that direction. So that goes all back to what I was saying earlier. For a ritual, hypnotism is used a lot. And so a lot of the things that were done in 9/11 pertain to hypnotism, how they, like when you were watching the television, when they were showing you, right after it happened, I mean immediately as this thing was happening, they're showing you the planes hitting the plane hitting the tower, and right from the beginning they were saying, this looks like the work of Osama bin Laden. What is that? That's a hypnotic suggestion. You see what I mean? Right there from the start. It made me really disgusted because, you flip to all three channels and they were all saying the same thing. It looks like the work of Osama bin Laden. It could have been 1,000 different sources of who was behind it, but they were planting the hypnotic suggestion. So hypnotism comes into play, and this is very much a magic trick, which I was thinking about that too in preparing this talk, about all of the different magical things that they used, sleight of hands, get your attention over here. So there's a lot of magic involved in this too, along with hypnosis. Let's see, before I go to you, Greg, this gentleman here, Gordon.
You said that you didn't think planes hit the buildings?
Right, if you look at the film of the planes going in, you actually see that it was photoshopped. They just have the planes, it's just a film. And all of the few witnesses that actually claim to have seen it, they're all dirty. You know, they're all people that were working for, you know, we don't have any real witnesses that saw planes go through. And then people...
You will, interesting though, you will have people say when, we've had people in our chat, I believe, say that they know someone who was there and saw the planes and watched it happen. But that's kind of, I can imagine it's stuff of like mythology and, you know, like collective recollection based on all sorts of things and reinforcement by seeing it over and over and over and over and over again on the 24-hour news cycle. It's burned in your brain. Repetition is mind control and programming. So if enough people and you know, your recollection changes. We know that as true crime people, of how witnesses' testimony changes, and for as far as choosing a jury, the courts, you know, they try to choose people who haven't had their recollection tainted or distorted by media influence. So, and some people just want to be a part, you know, some people exaggerate for good storytelling, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally. So I can see a world where all of those things contribute to sort of this mythologizing of and conflation and inflation of people's recollection and trauma as well. So maybe if they don't really recall what happened on the day, but with the media showing them those images over and over and over and over again, plus you've got that haziness of a trauma, like what an incredible trauma around the world. It reinforces the narrative. You know, similar to putting Martin Bryant on the front page of the paper the next day with devil eyes saying the face of a killer, you know, reinforcing by way of subliminal messaging and stuff. I think that's the point, Simi. No planes, like it doesn't, no fuselage other than that incorrect jet engine. They didn't even find any of the black boxes. Come on now, which is, you know, quite interesting. I can see a world where all of those things I've just described have shaped people's recollection, the trauma, the reinforcement and the programming of the repetition of the media showing it, a few people seeding it, if there were dirty people saying, like someone like George Zinn, who also happened to be at the Boston Marathon and the Charlie Kirk shooting. Okay, he was one of the people that said he saw the planes hit. So he's an operative. He's an asset. He's an asset. You know, this is how they do things.
Once you see it on television, you know, why? Well, it happened, you know, it's solidified in your mind, you know, but when you actually look at the film, and maybe some of you can talk about this better than I, the plane comes, it just seamlessly goes right in. You can see it was photoshopped, not even professionally, it was kind of crudely done. So there weren't even two planes hitting. That was all just nominal stuff. So that's why the significance of the flight numbers, because that tells us.
New York City, though. I mean, it's not just, people don't believe that planes hit the World Trade Center because they've watched it on TV. There were eyewitnesses.
Yeah, and all of those eyewitnesses that have come through.
I'm from New York City. I sold real estate along
Okay.
7th and 8th Avenue.
Okay.
And person after person that bought apartments from me, they were saying they were, you know, when they felt something happen, and I agree that planes did not hit the buildings, but there were planes that would
Oh, there were some planes that flew by.
I'm just going to put it out there. This woman speaking here now, this contrarian, real estate agent in New York. New York has a very high percentage of Jews, and real estate is a very common and popular profession. It's very lucrative, right, for the Jews, given the, I believe, objective involvement of Israel, the Jewish state, self-proclaimed Jewish state, occupied Palestine, and given that they will go to any lengths to control the narrative, knowing that this would be televised on YouTube, as he said at the start of his presentation, it's not outside the realm of possibility that this woman is coming in to derail and to delegitimize his hypothesis. You can decide for yourself. But just because she says she's a real estate agent, and just because she says the people told her, I don't know, man. He's presented a pretty, I'm just saying. Call me a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, yeah.
And these aren't people that would.
Oh, yeah. True. There were some planes that flew by at that time.
Nina said, is he saying that there were explosions, not airplanes? Well, the buildings, 1 quadrillion% were controlled demolitions, all 3 of them. The Twin Towers and Building 7. I've watched 2-hour-long systematic science-based with receipts videos on YouTube about it. If you can see the thermite, the white lights exploding, they collapse on themselves. Yes, Building 7 wasn't even touched. Building 7 wasn't even touched by any aircraft, if there were aircrafts. It just fell down on its own, but it didn't. And Bush even self-snitches on that one and says, we decided we had to bring it down. He catches himself, but it's too late. All this stuff's out there. So absolutely. Even if airplanes did hit 1 or 2, the buildings, they hit on the top third to a quarter of both. He mentioned before about the Empire State Building, a much smaller building, but with a much smaller plane. Nothing happened. Airplanes, if they run into a pole on the tarmac, just taxiing along, the pole goes through the wing. There was no debris on the streets below. They didn't find the black boxes. The jet engine that was recovered on the streets below was the wrong kind of jet engine for the aircrafts that supposedly hit. And the buildings, when you watch any footage of controlled demolitions, they crumple the same. There's so much testimony. We watched it in that 9/11, the previous video we've done on this, the one about focused on the Zionism aspect, the Israeli involvement, Jewish involvement. Plenty of testimony of people, both firefighters and civilians, talking about hearing the explosions. Another explosion went off. Another explosion went off. So it's pretty, I think, compelling and rather broad-reaching sort of circumstantial evidence to suggest that whether or not planes hit, I don't think they did, but witness testimony, we just talked about that. There's plenty of recorded witness testimony of people saying they heard explosions. Even George Bush saying we decided to bring Building 7 down. So plenty there. Yes. Controlled demolition. Yes. Thermite. Do a Google search of a YouTube search of. I'll try and find it. I'll do a proper. I don't remember how I found it. I know I sent the link to Nicholas Ticholas in the DMs. I'll see if I can scroll back through and find that link. It's all. I also shared it in the share your links here drawer, but it would be forever back, a long time ago. I don't think Discord has search capabilities. Maybe it does. I'm not real proficient. Definitely shared it around at the time, but it was 5 months ago now. So that's a lot of scrolling. I'll see if I can find it. There's no way that all 3 buildings weren't brought down by controlled demolition explosives put and there were certain floors. And there were certain floors of the Twin Towers buildings that were closed for renovations, and there was countless amounts of workmen bringing cabling and doing all sorts of shit for the weeks, I think, and months beforehand. The floors were closed. The occupants of the other floors that were still in use reported weird, like there was dust settling on everything because they were doing all sorts of shit. There was big things being brought in the night. They turned off the security cameras. Like sus, man. Sus. It's a, yeah.
Obviously, but just so to give some credence to these people and that they're not all Jewish, like there was a lot of...
And she's 100% Jewish.
There were some planes, but the footage that they showed on television is just fakery. You're right.
And it would make sense, because if they had planned a demolition, they wouldn't want the explosions to be interrupted for that, for the sequenced explosion.
Also, there's that BBC live cross to a reporter standing in a building with the building 7 with the smoking ruins of the towers, and building 7 in the background. And she says on the live cross, she says to the anchor in the studio in the UK that building 7 has come down and the building's still there. Like, you can look this stuff up. It's still there. How embarrassing. It didn't come down for another 15 minutes. So even the BBC was complicit. They knew. They were complicit in the cover-up. Yep. So many things.
Explosions, right? So, they would need to have one fly in, but not it.
Well, also, there was no plane that struck the Pentagon, and there was no plane that struck Shanksville. So why, that also gives credibility, no plane striking the World Trade Center.
And when people see, they believe. Now, it takes some time sometimes to transmit motion pictures or films or whatever from one place to a studio. But if you're going to show people the events happening, it sure is handy to have it ahead of time, and then for sure you're going to be able to show it on television, and people are going to see what you want them to see.
I think you wagged the dog.
Yeah, exactly.
Besides the videos and photos of planes hitting the towers, which are in question, if you look at the highly detailed, high-definition photography of particularly the second plane hitting the towers, what I don't see is any plane debris, except maybe one possible example, flying out of the building. And, that's really an anomaly, because the fuel tank for the big jet airliner is in the wing just underneath the fuselage. If that explodes, and, apparently that big flame explosion we saw in the second impact was the explosion of that fuel tank, well, that should have propelled a lot of plane debris out of the building. But these high-definition photos of that explosion show none. All they
Exactly.
show is the cladding of the building, you know, the aluminum exterior being blown off in little pieces. Lots of that, it's like confetti. But I've looked in vain for any plane debris in that.
Do you think that that was picked up? Are we picking up what people in the audience are saying? Okay, good. Otherwise, I was going to repeat what Greg had said. Very good point, Greg. Let's see, it seemed like there was a, okay. Carl.
In the final summary phase, we've been taught all our lives that this is one nation under God. How you only now finally get through your research that this is actually one nation under Lucifer.
Not the God that we thought, huh? Good point. Good point.
It might be that the God has now changed, for those that are in power now.
Which God is that?
Exactly. It's can go both ways there. Greg.
Anybody give me the update on that engine part, I guess, that was found in an alley last, year or two? That it's claimed to have come from one of the aircraft. The news out of it was free. Of course, I suspected that it landed was some kind of a story. I thought that someone here might have the
Well, I don't know about a specific identification of that. And of course, any specific identification is going to be federal government suspect. But you know that
Oh, the paper rustling.
left between two buildings was, on one side was the alleged site of this proposed mosque close to, you know, it was actually, the discovery of that plane part was adding to that little controversy, which I think is itself a kind of false flag.
All right, so it was indicated that in the controversy what.
He's like, wait, is this a discussion, or are you guys here to hear about me? Not me. Here to hear about the Illuminati philosophies behind and the satanic rituals, and they're like, conspiracy.
Or not, powers of you are going to permit the sighting of the house, right?
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask about, does anybody know the truth about this story that Daddy Bush was actually having a breakfast with members of the Bin Laden family when this demolition project occurred, and that they were spirited out of the country when all aircraft was grounded?
Someone's phone's ringing.
Safely and quickly?
I thought it was Jamie who had, who said practice with one of the, I thought it was Herbert Walker.
What is that?
That's mine.
Well, you know, I want to answer this guy's question. Is part of an operation is to keep the myth alive. So it's always they're going to find something. I personally don't think it was Apollo. We landed on the moon, but every so often they have to show, oh, here's some Japanese photos. They went and just photographed it. So, you know, a part of the operation is because they have so much
way off the rails.
You know,
they have to have a revision department.
Right, they have to revise it. And oh, we found this piece and we found that piece, and that proves it happened. You know, it's like you reestablish the lie. They just come up with a bigger lie.
It's the same as the lampshades and the soap in the Holocaust, you know. Reminder. Reinforcing the programming that this happened.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Britt. Love you. It's almost over anyway.
Figured it to be, Bush was having a session with members of the Bin Laden family. When all aircraft were grounded, and U.S. airmail was being delivered by some contracted by Evergreen Aviation. And other words, Air America and the South End. There were CIA operations, and they were given priority, and our own neighbor out here was responsible for security, or a subcontractor that's security in Bin Laden. So this is, you know, it's all down home.
I'd just like to add one little tidbit that I've gained from this discussion today.
There seems to be an iota of truth when the FBI came out and said that no black boxes were ever found in the wreckage. Well, that's mysterious money. No plane ever did it. Of course, they never found any black boxes.
Never thought of that.
Right?
That was a good one. They were telling the truth.
So the Illuminati, it seems like it's very universal throughout the whole world, and that's why this is why they can control not just America, but no other country's really spoken out that I've seen that this is a false flag. Is it because all the other nations are being controlled by them?
Very good point. When you look at all of the different diverse elements, all of the different agencies and all the different people that had to be involved in this, the controlling hand, the unseen hand behind it all had to be a global unseen hand. It had to be the mother secret society behind all of these. It couldn't have been just a CIA operation or Mossad operation or something else. And that's where my research into Illuminati is helpful, because this is a global organization. It's behind, it's an unseen hand that has the capacity, is extensive enough to have pulled off something of this magnitude, which was pretty incredible. I mean, you have the U.S. military getting involved. You have contractors in New York City getting involved. You've got the FAA getting involved. Pardon me? The Navy. Wow. So yeah, that's one reason why I was excited about giving this talk, is I felt like this was maybe one of the pieces that needed to be put into place for us to help understand this crime.
All right, let's guess we'll
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yay! Hashtag we love Fritz. Yes, yes, yes. So that was fascinating. A lot of information, right? I thought I might see whether I could find, just before we go, just to support my controlled demolition claims, let me just do a quick little YouTube search. YouTube. Let me see. We'll just see if we can watch. No, what am I doing? Controlled, not opposition, although it's very relevant. A demolition. Hey, how do you spell it? Oh my God. Sorry about the creaky chair. I swear to God. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Wait. Let's go. It's muted. I'll sacrifice
7 tower, 10 o'clock Eastern time this morning, just collapsing on itself. This is a place where thousands of people work. We have no idea what caused this. If you wish to bring anybody who's ever watched a building being demolished on purpose knows that if you're going to do this, you have to get at the under infrastructure of a building and bring it down.
First, let the technical truths emerge. Then, if necessary, cope with the inevitable
this could debunk my debunking
and other questions. Buildings tend to fall over. They don't fall straight down through the path of greatest resistance. Buildings tend to fall over. This is a controlled demolition. Typically, a tall building like this is demolished by placing thousands of cutter charges throughout the columns and beams, detonating them in a very precise order. This is a controlled demolition, synchronistically timed floor by floor, detonating them in a very precise order. This is a controlled demolition, synchronistically timed floor by floor. This is a controlled demolition, so the result is an implosion. This is a controlled demolition, so the result is an implosion. This is a controlled demolition. We have straight down symmetrical collapse into its own footprint. This is a controlled demolition. This is what a high-rise looks like when it's being demolished with explosives. This is a controlled demolition. We have straight down symmetrical collapse into its own footprint. This is a controlled demolition. This is a controlled demolition. Synchronistically timed floor by floor. This is a controlled demolition. So the result is an implosion. This is a controlled demolition. This is what a high-rise looks like when it's being demolished with explosives. This is a controlled demolition. This is a controlled demolition. This is what a high-rise looks like when it's being demolished with explosives. This is a controlled demolition. This is a controlled demolition. This is a controlled demolition. So the result is an implosion. This is a controlled demolition. We have straight down symmetrical collapse into its own footprint. This is a controlled demolition. Fires affect buildings quite differently than controlled demolition. Typically, a tall building like this is demolished by placing thousands of cutter charges throughout the columns and beams. First, let the technical truths emerge. Then, if necessary, cope with the inevitable conspiracy and other questions.
So that's interesting, isn't it? Now, let me see if I can find one other thing. I don't know how I'm going to find it. Walk and talk chat. Shelley says, I was at the ER with Ryan when he was little because his brother threw an old wooden clipboard at his noggin. Controlled demo a few blocks away was wild. Yeah, goodness. When was this? Hang on. Let me just here. You can watch me try to find this thing that I'll show you. So they say that it was the heat of the jet fuel, right? It was, oh, that's terrible typing. Look at that. Scraper Asia. I think it was in. Here we go. Let's see. 2 months ago. I'll do this. So here we go. I had this full. Anyway. Wait. Pause. Let me just talk for a second. I had this full thing, back and forward thing with this chick who was trying to, because this was on Twitter, this next footage was on Twitter, and I was like, I shared it, and I'm like, obviously this fire burned for days. The building itself, the structure of the building never, I'm glad you liked it, Sydney. The building itself never fell down. It was days, and the whole thing was a raging inferno, a couple of buildings, I believe. And this chick was going at me like, calling me crazy, saying, yeah, the temperature of the jet fuel is now, because I was relating it to 9/11, Twin Towers. And then it turned out that she was in the Turtle Boy camp, and I was in the Team Meredith camp, whatever, stupid drama bullshit, but not my jam. And I wrecked out. She was just being a pest because fuck.
I wonder, Jenny, if we maybe can start there about the public sentiment here in Hong Kong in response to this tragedy. It feels very different.
Yeah, I think the tragedy has really sort of pierced the calm that had come over Hong Kong since Beijing imposed the national security law in 2020.
Let me see if I can
and I think there's a few.
Let me see if I can find the footage, because that's not what I was looking for. 8 years ago, burned to the ground. Wooden tower burned to the ground. None of these are the ones I'm looking for. 2025. Let me do this. 2025. I think it was ended last year. 2 months ago. This. 100% going to get a fucking copyright strike. Let's mute it. I'll still probably get it. No, fuck it. Oh, we're going down. We're going down with a
Massive fire torn through the housing estate, and the Hong Kong government has confirmed 4 deaths so far. Well, these are the images of the massive blaze that engulfed an entire high-rise building. Several residents were trapped inside the
you can't see it. God damn it.
Thick grey smoke engulfed.
I'm a professional. Lol. Thank you. Sorry, man. This is me. Hi, I'm a professional.
We have some breaking news coming in from Hong Kong, where a massive fire torn through the housing estate, and the Hong Kong government has confirmed 4 deaths so far. Well, these are the images of the massive blaze that engulfed an entire high-rise building. Several residents were trapped inside their apartments as thick grey smoke engulfed the blocks. Well, with 2 people in critical condition and several others injured, including firefighters battling the blaze. Now, from what we know, the fire began around 2:51 p.m. local time as flares spread rapidly along the bamboo scaffolding surrounding 2 towers. Now, the blaze was quickly upgraded to a number 4 alarm in its city's second highest emergency level. The housing estate consists of 8 residential towers with nearly... Now, this raises fears that most casualties could emerge. Authorities have urged nearby residents to stay indoors, close windows and avoid the area. Hong Kong's Transport Department...
Let me just see. That's right. There's better footage. It burnt for days. Basically, it burnt for days. Can you see that? Yes. Why is that quiet? I'm fine with it being quiet, frankly. They burnt for days, man. Didn't fall down. Okay. Like Raging Inferno. Did you see Raging Inferno on the Twin Towers? There was a couple little pockets of fire. Right? It's silent. There's no volume. Didn't fall down. And I bet they weren't built to withstand an airline jet strike. Twin Towers were. So they fell down. Just like that. Sorry about that. I'm not showing you the vid. Lol. Just look at my concentrating face on the big screen. So that looks a lot more like a controlled demolition. It certainly does. I'll see if I can find that that video. It's very technical and very in depth, and like a 2-hour-long video. It was fantastic. I could ask Grant Smith Ellis. He referred me to another one as well. I don't turn in those circles anymore. Thank you all so much for being here. Simi, Shelley, love you all. Thanks, shorties. So, assuming I'm not exhausted, we'll do Friday and Saturday night next weekend. We'll probably save Saturday night for the other talk that Fritz did. I'll watch it again to make sure it's not duplicative. If it is, maybe we'll watch the controlled demolition one. I don't know. I'll find something else. So, but next Friday, something a bit fun, bit lighter. I'll see what I can come up with. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Remember to turn off the slop on your screens. Get out and touch grass. Drink plenty of water. Get plenty of sleep. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to each other. And send love and light and healing vibes into the universe, because holy shit, if ever we needed for the good, the collective powerful force of good and light and love into the universe, it is now. So, mwah! I love you all so very much. I'll see you next weekend.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone a bit off professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the all caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. Community, just you and me. Occasionally, Buster and Poppy. It's the whole thing, Miss Shorty swing. Together we make each other happy. 'Cause chat is babe.